à la même couleur. J'adore mon qui fait me comprendre depuis dans les bouches à l'hiver. Téléphone pour les alternatives, bagaille ni pour finir. J'en enlève, j'en m'accade. Si je parle pour les potes, tellement tu pas donné cadeau, je n'ai pour les jours pour le moins. Laissez qu'il a sa voix, qu'il a sa voix, laissez qu'il a sa voix. Ça tout ça, mais quand nous gardons, qu'il a sa voix, qu'il a sa voix. Merci, qu'il a sa voix, qu'il a sa voix, qu'il a sa voix. On est légendaire, ma caméra côté, nous rappelons c'est votre maladie. Maman y école des laptops, contre tout partout non-stop. Tu n'as pas moi quand il faut, tout ce pays à on top. Même le 8 minutes, tu y as pas d'ennemi, c'est un cri de distribution, on dit qu'il a sa voix. Mais c'est qu'il a sa voix, qu'il a sa voix. Ça tout ça, moi j'aime tout le monde qui dit, mais qu'il a sa voix. Mais c'est qu'il a sa voix, qu'il a sa voix. Boucha is the future, so qu'il a sa voix. Qu'il a sa voix, mais c'est qu'il a sa voix. Ça tout ça, moi j'aime tout le monde qui dit, mais qu'il a sa voix. Is the future, so danza. Put my neighbor. Body me which to tell you can wear. Sufficient to my boss wear. Jalla to me, Jalla Bushibi, tout à la même couleur.
Gaboon! Where's your flag? Where's your flag? Where's your flag? Okay. Listen well. The officers have been promised that they have exams in the school. So we will turn down the music. We will go inside. Your candidate will put their signature. We will come back out and we will rally. We will show them how it is done. In Beaufort Town. Wave the flag. Wave the flag.
Raise the flags. Raise your arm.
You are going to go in. There's the six of us. So when outside for us, we're coming back. When outside, we will be back.
Show them the force. Show them the force.
You did it?
And then, the six of us will go inside. Make sure that your candidate places his signature on that paper for Monday, December 1st. And then we will come out and we will do it the Beaufort South way. Danny Butcher.
Let's see a puppy. I'm live.
Yes, before the promenade is actually, excited with Beaufortians wanting to be in Beaufort today. The great nomination day of our comrade, our brother Danny Butcher. And Beaufort came out, the people came out, even the children left their classes and came out to support our candidate. A historic moment in Beaufort today. And yes, on December 1st, we will retain the seat for the St. Lucia Labour Party in Beaufort South. A great day for us.
I'm live. Say hello to the people. Say hello to the people.
Welcome. Good morning. Hello, St. Lucia. Hello, Labour Party supporters. Hello, the world. My name is Rihani Isidore, and we are coming to you live from the St. Lucia Labour Party headquarters. And this morning, I am joined, as per usual, by, well, she says it a lot, my favorite co-host. I speak of no other than Crystal Riviere. Crystal, good morning. Today is a significant day.
Good morning, Rihanni. As usual, it's always a good day to be Labour.
Every day.
And it's even a better day today because all the talk, all the rhetoric right now is what matters. If you are not nominated on nomination day, you are not a candidate. You could have been launched, but without being nominated, without getting 6 people from the constituency who can vouch for you, you cannot be a candidate. Today is the day before D-Day or E-Day.
And don't forget, if you don't have that $500, you
in
will
cash.
be, yes. So we will break down the intricacies, the necessaries, the particulars of the nomination day process. Hopefully over the course of this broadcast, we will be joined by our experts in the Labour Party camp. They have a wealth, or possess a wealth of experience in this nomination day and general election process. So viewers can stand by to hear from some of our Labour Party experts. But look, I don't know what it's like being a candidate, not yet. I don't know what it's like being an MP. But Crystal, this morning, last night, I'll start with last night, the anxiety began creeping in as we get closer and closer to General Election Day, December 1st. And of course, Nomination Day is a pivotal moment. This, as you rightfully said, this day is the put up or shut up day.
Right.
This day is the day you step forward with your 6 witnesses and your $500 and you submit the paperwork that will officially make you a candidate.
Yes. I'd like to correct you just a little bit.
Please do.
Our experts are not even Labour Party experts. They're just experts. And because they recognize substance always, they're on this side.
That's right.
And the experts who we will be speaking to later on in our broadcast will be explaining what the process is, our history in St. Lucia, and what you can expect to happen in the and how you are to move forward from the general elections, which are
Virtually, I feel like it's tomorrow. That's how soon it is. Look, I remember the night, which wasn't that long ago, on the Castries market steps when the Prime Minister indicated, well, watching his address to the nation, and he gave the dates for nomination, and of course he gave the election date. Nomination day was set for today, December 21st, and I remember thinking to myself, okay, we have a little time to go. But blink your eyes, and it is December 21st already.
From the day that I said last election, it's really like but in the last 2 weeks, so much has happened. It's like we have 6 months of the last 2 weeks, we have been across Grosley, the two of us,
Yes.
but individually we've also been across the island, taking in all of that is going on within the Labour Party, all of what is being felt on the ground by St. Lucians. And I think that St. Lucians are ready.
The Lucians are ready, fired up and energized, specifically Labour Party. In my short experience, as I'm still familiarizing myself with the observations, this period of time, this era of Labour Party support and Labour Party candidates and Labour Party productions and presentations, in my humble opinion, the best I've ever seen, the most exciting it's ever been, and based on the feedback, based on the numbers, based on all of those obvious What will happen on December 1st?
On December 1st. You know, I'm really proud of us as a party. We have not gone in the gutter. We haven't attacked people's family. We haven't attacked people's children. We have kept it kosher. We have spoken about policies. We have touted the achievements of our government, the achievements of our prime minister. And, you know, you hear certain people, unfortunately, using certain language that is, it really speaks badly of them. But, you know, in the Bible, you hear of Moses, who was chosen to lead his children, to lead God's children out of Egypt. Moses wasn't blessed with the gift of Gab. As a matter of fact, when God told him, you know, go to the Pharaoh and say to let my people go, he said to him, but I'm a man of few words, because he had a speaking disability. And God gave him Aaron, who then went to him and who was the mouthpiece, but Moses was the leader. And we can see around our great leader, some people say that he doesn't have the gift of Gab, but God has given him 16 other people who can speak for our people. They led us out of Egypt in 2021, and we are definitely on our way to the promised land. And on E-Day, what I look forward to is shouting down the walls of Jericho forever.
Crystal, you've never skipped Sunday school, obviously. Your convent school days, you still cling to it.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, this is, I mean, Sister, what's your principal?
Sister Claire.
Sister Claire would be proud of listening to you just now. But look, our political leader and prime minister, in my humble opinion, speaks clearly. And when he speaks, the people understand where he's coming from. The people get his message, it resonates, and this is why we are where we are today as a country, as a people. St. Lucia has never been a more united people in the last 4 years and some change and some months. And, you know, the 4.5 years is being bandied about. And look, in all honesty, if we want to be precise and particular and specific, it is 4 years and 4 months. We officially mark the 4.5 year point in January. So, which I think makes the work of the Prime Minister and his cabinet and this government even more spectacular. It's even more astounding to know what this government has accomplished in that short space of time compared to what we endured in the past. I mean, you have to wonder, what if this government can accomplish this much in that space of time? You have to ask yourself, what was happening before?
Yes, exactly. And we had in the last administration a government that stretched it out as long as possible. We even jokingly say that we were just for 6 years.
Technically, into a 6 year.
Into a 6 year. And we have now working government, a government of people who, or a government of men and music and put us first. And really, truly, they have demonstrated that we understand
Mr. Producer, are you ready to take in some meeting. So your pictures next to us to our right, maybe your left, you are watching now live images of V4 South. V4 South supporters of Danny Butcher, Silvani and Corey. And of course, they are gathering that looks like the promenade in V4, in the Bruceville area, as they get ready to make their way behind their candidates. So you can see the pictures. And Crystal, this is Danny's first time securing the candidacy for the Labour Party, and of course, officially tendering his nomination documents. So this is going to be a significant moment for Danny. You know, he's succeeding not just a stalwart of the Labour Party, he's succeeding a three-term Prime Minister. He's succeeding a man who's represented the constituency of V4 South for the last 28 years. He's succeeding a man with a reputation that has garnered so much regional and global admiration. We speak of no other than Honorable Kenny Anthony. And today is probably going to be the start. Or you can say today is the countdown for the official transition. Because come December 1st, V4 South will have a new MP. V4 South will have, for the first time, will have an MP who is not Dr. Kenny Anthony, but still a Labour Party candidate in the person of Sir Danny Butcher.
In 1997, I was very disappointed having Sarah I didn't realize.
You didn't know you didn't realize you were just a little girl.
I didn't realize I was a little girl. I thought we were all voting for the Red Millibugs. I thought we were all going to be voting for Labour. And of course, I was in awe of our political leader, Dr. Kennedy Anthony. I mean, he could do no wrong. I almost imagined him, you know, like the images of Jesus with the halo.
Yeah.
I almost imagined him and the team like that back then. And to see Danny Butcher these 28 years later coming forward, and you see the way the young children are embracing him, the way these children are excited, the way they are singing Butcher for the Future, it tells you that we have good succession in the St. Lucia Labour Party. We have young men who want to be associated with the St. Lucia Labour Party. We have young men who are stepping forward to be statesmen, young men who are stepping forward for them to lead their constituency and lead our party. And the Labour Party is in a good place when you see that happening.
Yes, and let's cut to some of the live footage, the live scenes in V4 South. We will do that shortly.
My name is Danny Butcher. I'm the candidate for Beaufort South, and I am looking to ensure that Beaufort South is taken to a place we have never been. I've always summarized the legacy of Beaufort South as we're not where we want to be, but we're definitely not where we used to be. And I can assure you, with your help and with your encouragement, we will make great things happen in Beaufort South. Well, many persons have asked me what made me decide to run for elective office. And I've always said there are three reasons why I decided to run for elective office. One, that we have a legacy to defend and a future to protect. That's the first two. And when I speak of a legacy to defend, I always speak of the Labour Party's legacy in Beaufort South. We have a rich legacy of infrastructural development. We have a legacy of rebuilding the healthcare system. We have the legacy of ensuring that we have a social climate which is potent and which is strong. But also we have a future to defend. And when I speak of a future to defend, I'm speaking of a future that is predicated on the principle of sustainable development. One where we ensure that we use our resources to benefit the current generations while ensuring that our future generations are taken care of. And that is why I'm running the elections. But I'm also running the elections to serve the people of Beaufort South. And it sounds like a cliche answer, but it's really the fulcrum of why anybody should run the elections. If you're not running the elections to serve the people, you might as well stay out of elective politics. And I'm running the elections to ensure that the people of Beaufort South have quality representation and that I could serve them with every fiber of my being.
No problem.
Welcome back. Of course, we're live from the St. Lucia Labour Party campaign headquarters in Entrico. This is a live nomination day broadcast. Thank you for joining us. If you're watching at home, at work, if you're, Crystal, hiding in the bathroom at work to pay attention, because it is a normal working day, but of course, this is a big occasion, a significant activity, and if you follow politics, you support the Labour Party, no matter where you are or what you're doing, you will want to pay attention to today, nomination day, and we're live looking at Beaufort South, Danny Butcher.
Beaufort is special to us. Beaufort South is special to us. We're grateful to Beaufort South. Voting in Dr. Anthony, we wouldn't have had him as our Prime Minister.
That's right.
And of course, you know, in the recent past, the Beaufort Comprehensive Secondary School was split into Beanfield Comprehensive and Larissus as well. It is really great to see that education, as important as it is, that the government made the decision to ensure that all young persons had an opportunity to get an education, quality education, and make that hard decision to break up what was once the Beaufort Comprehensive Secondary School. I believe that Danny also, he taught at one of the
Yes, he's an educator,
schools.
teacher.
He is an educator. A lot of the young people admired Danny from way before him announcing his candidacy. And that shows you that we're attracting people who are community leaders, who want to take their leadership and their service to the highest level, to represent people in the House of Parliament where policies can directly impact the lives of the people that they serve. And here we have Danny, who impacted so many young people through the church, through the schools, through his community, and now we have him on a stage talking about how he wants to develop Beaufort South for the benefit of Beaufortians. And we see Beaufortians rallying behind him, letting him know, this is what we want. We want you to represent us. We want the plans that you have put forward. We want these things for ourselves.
Yes.
And we look forward to service from Danny. We look forward to seeing what he can do. We know that Dr. Anthony had his style, and we see a new person, Danny, coming in. He will also have his style. Yeah. He will also have his style, and we look forward to continued success, continued progress, greater achievements from Danny Butcher and from the St. Lucia Labour Party.
So he's done? Okay, it looks like Danny Butcher is done. You're looking at Danny Butcher live scenes. He's completed the nomination process, and he's being embraced by his adoring constituents. What a moment for Danny Butcher. He's never going to forget today. It's official now. Yeah, it's official now. Danny Butcher is going to be on the ballot box in all of the polling stations in the Beaufort South electoral district or constituency. And
I just want to remind all of our listeners and all of our supporters, we're putting our X by the star.
By the star.
Wherever you see the star,
this is my Crystal, for the first time in 28 years, Honorable Dr. Kenny Anthony's name will not be on the ballot paper in Vieux-Fort South. It is going to be Danny Butcher, a student of Dr. Kenny Anthony, no less. He's no stranger to the Dr. Kenny Anthony regime or campaign in Vieux-Fort South. He would have learned, and Kenny Anthony himself would have imparted his political wisdom unto Danny. And look, we see this changing of the guard, this once-in-a-lifetime transition from a former great in the person of Kenny Anthony to an up-and-coming great in the form of Danny Butcher. And we're speaking about Danny a lot, viewers. We're not just concentrating on Vieux-Fort South. We will bring you the live images up and down St. Lucia, every 17 constituency. I speak of 15 Labour Party candidates, and we should be able to, or we want to be able to bring you images from the 2 independents who form part of the Philip J. Pierre cabinet. That's who we're concentrating on. These are the men and women we believe, we know, and trust will continue moving St. Lucia forward come December 2nd. And we're going to go to some more live scenes from Dennery North, Crystal. Dennery North, we will bring you some images from Dennery North. Sean Edward will be going in to submit his nomination papers momentarily.
I wonder if they will be taking him on a truck. That has been the signature of Dennery North.
There it is, Sean Edward, this is his 4th time.
And he's taking such a good
Just as ambitious as he was going back to 2011. Election campaign and
the earthquake of the whistle stop taking place in Dennery.
The notifications on my phone, the clips from constituents there sharing it on their statuses and so on. You have to ask yourself, well, hold on, how is it possible to maintain this level of momentum and energy night after night in Dennery North? Sean Edward has figured out, he's cracked the code, obviously, in Dennery North, and he's figured out a way to stay engaged with his constituents. He's figured out how to keep his constituents excited, and I suspect it may not be as complicated, because when you have delivered, when you have worked, when your people trust you, when your people respect you, when your people love you, they will be there for you.
He's cracked the code. He's
cracked
established the mood.
Broken that code.
He's established the mood. The mood is red, Riani, and we can see from the response of the constituents that the mood is indeed red, and they are throwing their support behind Sean Edward. The projects that Sean has been able to deliver, and it just so happens because nobody's in the mind of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister when you think about calling elections, really is king. But it so happened that this year, a lot of the projects that were started before were delivered this year, because, I mean, you couldn't start a road this year and finish it right about now. And Sean, for this year, opened quite a few roads. He was able to fix roads. And when people talk about roads, you hear certain people make comments, but they don't understand the importance of roads and footpaths. To people who had to carry 2 and 3 pairs of shoes, who had to make sure they had a bottle of water in their bag for when they reached by the main road in order to wash off their feet, to put on another pair of shoes to go to work and to go to school. And here you have a minister ensuring that these infrastructure projects are delivered so that people no longer have to go through that,
Yeah, but further to that, and, context matters.
Yes.
Because if you don't know, you're unaware of the situation in Dennery North and in 6 other Labour Party constituencies between the years of 2016 and 2021, and an MP now is coming to fix some roads or build new roads, you'd think, well, what? You're just doing your job. But context matters. Understanding the history or knowing the history is very important. I say so because it is clear that between June 2016 and July 2021, Sean Edwards, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Honorable Dr. Kenny Anthony, Honorable Dr. Ernest Hilaire, Honorable Moses Jean-Baptiste were literally starved, denied, and deprived of state resources to support not themselves personally, but their constituents.
You are right.
To undertake activities that will enhance, develop, and make the lives of their constituents better. And they were robbed of that opportunity under the last regime.
And they were duly elected by their people to serve them. And here you had a government led by, a cabinet led by led by the then Prime Minister, Alan Chasney, who decided that they were not going to give these MPs the resources they needed to serve the people who duly elected them. And then you have this same gentleman coming on and saying, yes, I didn't give them the money, but I funneled it through governmental organizations and a constituency council.
Controlled by whom?
A
your
constituency
people.
council.
Controlled by your people.
With people who are appointed by you. And how fair is that? And then we see now when you would think that, somebody may come in and decide to look for revenge and vengeance, but instead the Philip Pierre administration, of whom Sean is a part, ensured that everybody got their allocation to serve their people. And that is why substance remains on this side.
Substance and the ethos of the Labour Party, bread, justice, and freedom.
Exactly.
And, but yes, just to continue, just to round off this point, so Sean Edward coming in and putting in the roads and the infrastructure in Dennery North is routine government practice, but when you understand and realize that he was not given that opportunity for 5 years and into a 6th year, and to come in and do it today, it means a lot to the people in Dennery North. That is why they follow him in droves. That is why they are happily jumping on trucks to go to his campaign activities. And now we're going to live scenes in Soufrière.
Auntie Emma.
Yeah, it's a live environment, guys. It's fluid. The live scenes are not always going to be reliable, but of course we'll do our best to continue bringing you the images as we get them. But Sean has entered the building to get his nomination day procedure underway. We will be ready and waiting to bring you the scenes, just like we did for Danny, to show you how the reaction. Sean, this is his 4th time. This is going to be something of a personal best for him. I don't know that the Labour Party has carried Dennery North for 3 consecutive general elections. Sean Edward has done so comfortably, And obviously, he has everything going for him to hold on to the Dennery North seat for the Labour Party come December 1st.
And the valley is important to us as St. Lucians. You know, when we think of the breadbasket of St. Lucia and Green Gold and so on, and of course some of the historic things that have taken place in the valley. We still have monument to 2 men who were killed during riots.
Yeah.
In
Not
the
so long
early
ago.
not so long ago. I mean, I'm not so old, and I was definitely alive when that happened, and I remember this was like big news. And now you have the St. Lucia Labour Party coming in, representing the people of Dennery North, showing people what it means, what representation looks like, good representation looks like, and affording everybody the same opportunities to be able to live, grow, and make better lives for themselves.
Yep, and live coverage, nomination day. We've seen VA4 South, and we've just seen images of Sean Edward in Dennery North. We are trying to get images of Emma Hippolyte in Soufrière, and of course, up and down St. Lucia, all 17 constituencies. We know that the candidates would have been preparing as early this morning and making their way to the nomination offices, which open from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. this afternoon. So really, you have a 6-hour window to organize, mobilize. 12. Yeah, you have a 6-hour window, to wake up in the morning, mobilize and organize your people,
Annie,
and
what
make
are you
your way.
talking about? If ever you be nominated, you would wake up in the morning. Did you go to sleep last night?
Yeah, yes. But we will take a short break, and we'll be right back with more live coverage of Nomination Day.
I was pleased when the government came up with the program about the first generation scholarship, and I am one of the beneficiaries of that. I'm the only university graduate of my family, my household.
I'm happy where you can work, you can get a higher salary, and then you can take care of your parents after so many years of sacrifice. Man, it means so much. It means so much. I'm just saying that, and this is feeling my heart. And I can tell someone, I know for sure that my mom and dad is very, very, very pleased and happy with what the government has done, especially assisting their son in attending university.
Oh, PJ Piquez. I love his character. He's a man of the soil. He was born and raised in Marcia, so he understands the cry of the people, and everything and every day, what he does is to put people first, and I'm very pleased with that.
I happened to be listening to the budget that time. It was not something I intended on listening to, but then when I heard that part, it caused me to give the television a little more volume.
I think I was on my way home from school, and I think my mom was the one who told me about it.
Oh, I feel great. I don't have to face my credit union anymore to get that disbursement for the final portions of my school. That's less interest on my existing one that's there. So yeah, it came at a great time, especially the last year is the most expensive year, 2 semesters and $10,000. That's a lot of money, and it's really helpful.
In the final year where the work is heavy, I know now I can just focus full time on my education, knowing that I'm relieved of that fee, that hefty sum. So I'm definitely going to do my best this time around, putting my best foot forward.
I think it would relieve us in a way that we are motivated, and to see that our leaders they believe in our potential and are actually investing in our future. We're very happy about that.
The Prime Minister, Philip J. Pierre, that man was sent from God. Yes, he's a politician, but that's how God sent him to us to rescue St. Lucia. And he's been doing a magnificent job. So he needs 5 more years.
Oh, after God is JP. I can say that. God sent him to do that job he's doing there. It's God that sent him to do that.
Après Boudier, c'est lui. Ma suko ponta Boudier. After God is my Prime Minister.
Tout le monde gardé.
7 years ago. I mean, on to nomination today. On to nomination. Yeah, was. On to nomination today. Ade, oi. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Ready. Are you doing that holding one back?
I will put it in the car.
Okay. I need
I have special instructions.
You used to hear them flowers say, ring the bell, like they are ready and prepared so well. Now PJP finally gave them what they are asking for.
It is so exciting to see Kenson and Team Grizzly today. And we know that because we have been at this for the 6 months in the last 2 weeks, Ariani, we know that the support for Kenson is much stronger than we can see right now on the streets of on Martyrs Street. And Martyrs Street, where a young man grew up, Martyrs Street, where a young man struggled to go to school, and now, I mean, he can walk through Martyrs Street as the candidate, endorsed candidate, and having served as parliamentary representative for the people on the streets now, the people of Grosley. That is a success story in and of itself.
Let me tell you, Crystal, we're moving at breakneck speed, and thank goodness for technology, because just a few moments ago when we started, we were in V4 South, and then we jumped up to Denry North, and now we're on Marie-Thérèse Street in Grosley, where Kenson Casimir, his supporters are gathering now. You can see the pictures. These are live images of Marie-Thérèse Street in Grosley. Kenson Casimir will make his way to the Grosley HRDC, where
to be nominated by 6 people from the constituency of Grosley who have faith in him.
You think he can get 6?
I think that if everybody could have gone to nominate Kenson Baby Casimir, HRDC wouldn't have enough space.
Let me tell you, 6 is the minimum, but Honorable Sean Edward, for example, can probably get 600 just for nomination day. Labour Party candidates could probably get thousands to nominate themselves. And these are the images live on Marie-Thérèse Street. They're gathering, they're getting ready. But we also
very thankful to the people of V4 North and all who have supported the St. Lucia Labour Party and Honorable Philip JP. This is my 5th time, and I thank God, I thank the Holy Spirit, my family, everybody, everyone who has supported me. This is going to be epic. We are going to win, and we are going to do it in a very, very good way, in a big way. So thank you. I'm going in. You'll see me on the outside.
Victory is ours.
Awesome.
Victory is ours.
the Minister for Health and, of course, the MP, the incumbent for V4 North, speaking to his supporters, speaking to the Labour Party base, speaking to St. Lucia, making the case as to why he is more than deserving of another opportunity to be in the parliament, to represent Bayview North, and of course serve in the Philip JPA cabinet, as he's already done an exceptional job as a Minister for Health.
Yeah, the Minister for Health who received the keys for St. Jude Hospital on Sunday just gone. We have seen the commissioning of the hospital right
that process
now.
is ongoing.
It is ongoing. I mean, I wish I could vote for Moses Musa Jabatis, honestly, but guess what? I can only vote in one constituency, and I do not find myself in jail trying to vote in several constituencies. But we have to give kudos to VA4 North and Larry, who have consistently placed their support in the St. Lucia Labour Party. They have never placed their
Anything y'all want to say, Miss Jean?
Recognize progress where it
The vote is red. Miss Jean, anything you want to say?
Candidate launch trail. I mean, it was just an honor. It was an
Yes.
honor to speak with a man like Cicely, given his experience, his history, his reputation, his record as a Labour Party candidate, and all that he's done to people of Bayview North.
Red and ready.
And of course, Honorable Moses Jean-Baptiste is following suit. If I'm not mistaken, this is going to be his fifth attempt. His fifth.
Red and ready.
in Bayview North, and judging by those images and those pictures, and of course his campaign over the last several weeks, Bayview North loves Musa and they love Labour.
And judging by the support unprompted by his constituents, they don't want anybody else except him. He has done a good job.
Yes.
And we commend him. He was formerly our Minister for Agriculture, now serving as our Minister for Health. We don't know where our Prime Minister will put him next, and listen to me claiming it, because I feel like he's going to be our Prime Minister.
You feel there's a shuffle coming? Well, technically it may not be a shuffle. It's a new...
Even if it will be under the same party, but it will really be a new administration, and it will be up to our Prime Minister to utilize the talent. I mean, what a difficult job it will be to have to determine, out of all of these experienced, qualified men and women, to have to say, okay, let me see where I'm, because everybody can serve in just about every capacity.
Well, that's why he's a mystery.
He's a mystery. I'm happy that I can't read him, because he has been delivering.
Yes.
And we look forward.
You see, I believe, Prime Minister Philip JPA is already 100 steps ahead, and he's already worked out the scenario insofar as appointing ministers and assigning ministerial portfolios when the time comes. He knows exactly how he's going to manage that cabinet. We have no reason to doubt Prime Minister Pierre's stewardship, his leadership, his decision making. It's impeccable. Otherwise,
To my brother from the north.
Baby for Grocery, more live scenes. Look, in a matter... Such a thing. Community meetings, to my mind, are usually intimate, small gatherings, but these last few meetings we've had in Grosley has been anything but.
We had a pop-up in Vesique. I felt like the whole of Grosley came out.
Crystal.
We had a pop-up in Casaba, no space. And then you had a pop-up in Kaimaji. Unfortunately, I couldn't join you last night. How was Kaimaji, brother?
Well, I had to stand in for you. You left me big shoes to fill, Crystal. But I'll tell you something. One of the managers of our pop-up meetings called me early this morning. I can show you my call log. Arthur Neptune, shout out to you, Arthur, to say to me, man, he was really happy and satisfied with my
your performance
substituting for you.
Oh wow! Now okay, so and nobody did a live so that I could watch you, my brother.
Look, people were so engaged and engrossed in what was happening. the 90s during the era of green gold. Alfred Prosper coming in now, having to deal with or confront the reality of an exorbitant food import bill, and still having to deal with the climate-related issues that is hampering, impeding farming. He had a mammoth task on his hand. Honorable Philip J. Pierre trusted him with the task of strengthening our agriculture sector. And one of the notable achievements to my mind, and it's in our achievements booklet, is just recently this year, because we live, Crystal, in the hurricane belt.
Yes, we do.
Every year for 6 months, farmers panic.
Yes.
Farmers are gripped in anxiety every time they rest their head, every time their crops produce during the months of June to November. That's the hurricane season. And we have histories replete with instances and examples of farmers losing it all.
Right.
And having to start
In one night of rain.
overnight, whether sometimes it's not even a hurricane, a storm.
But then, you don't forget your point. But then, because of climate change, it's not even June to November anymore. Because that Christmas Eve trough, like the name
That's right.
suggests, was Christmas Eve.
So the threat extends beyond the traditional hurricane
Exactly.
season. But Philip J. Pierre, Alfred Prosper, in their foresight, in their wisdom, have led this government to establish the first ever insurance program,
Right.
beginning with banana and plantain farmers. And this government, with GK Insurance based in Jamaica, this government has made the first payment, nearly $1 million, perhaps a little more, on behalf of all registered banana and plantain farmers earlier this year, so that in the event of any weather-related or hurricane-related issue or storm, I should say, these farmers are not starting from zero.
Right.
They're not left alone or abandoned if in the event of a storm. Philip J. Pierre and Alfred Prosper is going to be standing right there with them after establishing this insurance scheme, so that they can have some capital, some money, some funds, some resources to begin again.
Exactly.
And build back stronger.
And so that is why we stand on the shoulders of bread, freedom, and justice established by our founders like GFL Charles.
Yeah.
Because it is important for us to be able to put safety nets like this for our people, for the people who are most vulnerable among us. And in this instance, we're speaking about our farmers. Like any strong wind can throw down a banana plant.
Yeah.
And
very fickle.
Exactly. And we know how important the banana industry was to us, still is to us.
Still is.
But also the agricultural industry has to grow. And so if we can start there from giving insurance to banana and plantain farmers, and now we can grow that to other farmers.
Yes, hopefully we can expand it. And that is always the intention with this government, is to start incrementally and obviously find the fiscal space to cover more and more ground, more and more people. And I have no doubt in the next term, the intention will be to expand whatever support initiatives to as many farmers as possible under the Ministry of Agriculture.
And so now we can encourage young people to go into the sector.
Yes.
We can tell them, okay, it is not an all-risk sector. Here are safety nets. Go on in, establish yourself, become a farmer.
Yes.
Be great at it. There is insurance available so that we can grow our agricultural sector.
And it's interesting you mentioned young people, because again, earlier this year, Alfred Prosper, Philip J. Pierre opened St. Lucia's first ever hydroponics farm in Union. This was procured by Alfred Prosper and his team in the Ministry of Agriculture during a recent visit to Guyana, a technical visit. And obviously, Alfred, the team over there, would have witnessed, interacted with the experts down there, understood to get a better understanding of how a hydroponic farming is farming of the future.
Yes.
All right, and it's scaled down, and we have one thanks to Alfred, thanks to the Prime Minister. We have one in St. Lucia. It's established in the Union Orchard plant area, and I think there's another one to come. Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, we're live from the St. Lucia Labour Party campaign headquarters, bringing you live images from our candidates, 15 Labour Party candidates plus 2 independents.
It's nomination day,
It's
guys.
nomination day. We're going to go we're in Dennery South now, but let's take a trip to Castries South.
Deputy Political Leader.
headquarters in Entrico. And although we're in Entrico right now, we're bringing you scenes from all over the island. We were in Vieux-Fort South, that's where we started. We went to Dennery North, Rosalie, Dennery South just a few moments ago, and now you're witnessing from Castries South. The deputy political leader, deputy prime minister, Honorable Dr. Ernest Hilaire, is going to his third nomination day, Crystal.
You know, I know you're going to get tired of hearing the rest of the show when I keep saying about substance being on the side. When I think of Dr. Hilaire, I think of him as a student leader. when you think of the National Youth Council and the significance it plays right now in St. Lucia, and you think of the sweat that leaders, founders like Dr. Hilaire put in to establish a National Youth Council so that young people could be recognized in this country for their contribution to the development of this country. And now you see Dr. Hilaire where he is today.
Yeah.
And that he chose the St. Lucia Labour Party in order to align himself as a visionary leader. And today, for the third time, he will be nominated to represent the constituency of Castries South. And we know that on election day, he will be victorious in Castries South because he is a leader. He has always known what it is to lead people to better.
Yes.
From the days of his passion in the National Youth Council. Also ensuring that the National Youth Council was recognized within our House of Parliament, and getting a subvention for the National Youth Council. I mean, we take a lot of things for granted, and I'm happy that our leaders worked to be able to ensure that things like this can today be taken for granted.
Yes, and live scenes in Cicero. Ernest Hilaire is going into the Cicero Combined School. And some of the images you would have seen, may have seen the facade of the school, that amazing, beautiful mural of Julian Alfred on the outside of that school building.
Our superstar.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a moment of greatness. Ernest Hilaire has done exceptionally well as the investment minister, as the tourism minister. Under his tenure, or during his tenure, St. Lucia has experienced record-breaking tourism statistics in terms of arrivals year on year. And some on the other side make the case that, the arrivals in 2025 may be lower than they were in 2024. But I'll tell you what, 2019 was their best year. And we have surpassed 2019 by some distance. Any data, any number that we have registered, and every arrival number we have registered since coming into office has been better than 2019.
Rihanna, we are a luxury destination.
Okay.
Okay, we are luxury. Like, my family members who are overseas always go like, Crystal, the price of coming to St. Lucia, because we are a luxury destination. And it's a destination of choice.
And unlike the period June 2016 to July 2021, it's burnt in my brain. Unlike that period, today, under Ernest Hilaire's stewardship, St. Lucia, we're witnessing at least the construction of 4 hotels.
Yes.
4 hotels are under construction right now. If you go to the north of the island and you go to the Rodney Bay area, there's the Isla Resorts that is under construction as we speak on Mount Pimad. If you stay in that region, in that area, and you go up the Rodney Bay Strip where Rex Resorts was, there's 2 hotels under construction in that area right now. If you take a trip further north in the Casabah area, there's a hotel recently constructed right now. But before then, let's go down to the Almond Hill area, to the on the Julian R. Hunt Highway, where Morgan Bay, what we know as Morgan Bay, there's Secrets Resorts.
Can I derail you, comrade?
Derail me.
Because we like to talk about Dr. Hilaire in terms of investment in tourism, and I mean, we're always excited about these. But comrade, culture.
Comrade. Oh, yeah.
Culture.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I knew, because I am a student of history, I knew about Emancipation Day.
Oh, yes.
But Emancipation Day is now a vibe.
It's a whole vibe. It used to be another
holiday.
mundane holiday. Maybe you go to the beach. Maybe, you stay home all day.
Let's talk about Lawas. Lawas usually always takes place in the summer vacation. So most children would know about La Marguerite.
Yes.
But now Lawas is a vibe. La Marguerite is a festival and we speak about carnival. When we speak about culture being developed.
Don't get me started on carnival, because I'm a bacchanalist. I'm a bacchanalist. And the quality of our carnival product over the last 4 years, risen exponentially. And I think we have some scenes from Miku North, Selen, JN. Are we going to go to those scenes? Live coverage of Nomination Day. Rihani Isidore here with Crystal Riviere. We are live from the campaign headquarters in Enjripo, but your screens, you will see, witness images from all over St. Lucia, focusing on the St. Lucia Labour Party candidates. Right now, you're looking at live images from Micoud North, Selen, Jeremiah Norbert.
Jeremiah Norbert, the chain breaker, the breaker of chains, because before Jeremiah Norbert, we could not boast representing Micoud North.
This was the crown jewel in the yellow crown, and here comes Jeremiah.
Yeah.
Unassuming, out of nowhere. It's one of those political miracles that you just don't figure out, you don't bank on. And let me digress to a comment the Prime Minister and other Labour Party stalwarts would joke about when it came down to Nomination Day in Micoud North. Mm-hmm. Look, the Labour Party, this Micoud North seat was such a stronghold. It was just unthinkable to make any serious attempt to try to win or flip Micoud North. So on nomination days, the political directorate of the Labour Party would literally find some guy. I can't remember the name, forgive me. Poor fella, and I think that was his job. He has one job. Look. There's no fanfare, there's no campaign. We're not going to have any meetings in Micoud North. All right? Just find yourself there. If nomination day concludes at 3, find yourself there about 10 to 3. We'll get some people to come and sign for you and just do that. Now, look at this 30 years ago, what you're seeing happening in Micoud North.
Unheard of.
Unheard of 30 years ago. Unheard of 20 years ago.
Right.
This is a changing of... This is a tide-changing moment, if I may say so. And Crystal, Micoud North is a seat that obviously we did not carry into the 2021 general election. And there's always a little bit of caution when you're looking at seats that you did not come into the election with and whether or not it may swing back the other way. But this is just Rihanna Isidore's opinion, and I'm sure the Labour Party may share that sentiment. Mykonos ain't going nowhere.
No. Let me tell you.
Mykonos will stay with Labour.
We won Mykonos. And Jeremiah Norbert has given Mykonos a reason to continuously vote for the St. Lucia Labour Party moving forward. This young man is a worker. There isn't a Wednesday that he isn't in his constituency, whether he
Hardly
is
ever.
sitting in his office or he's walking through his constituency. This young man is a worker. This young man is strategic. He is from the people, he is for the people, and he speaks passionately for the people of Mykonos always.
Let me tell you, Jeremiah Norbert understood or understands that this is a seat known with its affinity to the opposition is clear. So you cannot misuse or waste an opportunity to deliver in Mykonos.
Right.
And Jeremiah understood that assignment and has delivered from day one with new roads and new infrastructure, and of course, critically, we speak of brick and mortar, hard projects, but we must also development is also social, human development.
Yes.
And he has touched the lives of so many people in Mykonos, and we're going to go to some live scenes in Choiseul. But just to wrap up our conversation on Mykonos, we'll come back hopefully. Look, Mykonos needed a jetty for 40 years, perhaps more. And in spite of Mykonos being a so-called UWP stronghold, it took a Labour Party and
In its first term.
through Jeremiah Norbert in its first term to deliver a jetty in Mykonos for the people.
Yeah, kudos.
More than kudos.
Yeah.
He's not going anywhere. We're going to go to jet across the island on the west side, west coast. Let's look at live scenes of Keith St. Charles, as he makes his way. This is his first time, Crystal, right?
Yes.
This is his first time. This is live scenes of Choiseul Saltibus, the nomination procession, if you will, of the endorsed SLP candidate, Keefo Charles. By the way, viewers, we're coming to you live from the St. Lucia Labour Party campaign headquarters in Entrepot, but we're going to take you up and down St. Lucia to bring you live images, live coverage, live reaction from our St. Lucia Labour Party candidates as they get nominated officially today on nomination day. And Crystal, we're looking at live scenes of Choiseul, and it takes me back to my favorite candidate launch. That was the launch of Keefo in Choiseul. I mean, by all accounts, it was the best attended, massive numbers.
Rihanna.
It was a magical night, Crystal.
Man, it was magical. It was so magical that when we were trying to leave there, we magically had to wait 2 hours because the whole of St. Lucia was down there. I mean, the roads were filled with people. People came out to support Keefson.
Yeah.
And although, I said the whole of St. Lucia was there, I wanted to highlight the fact that so many people from Choiseul came out.
It made a statement, and it
Yes.
sent a clear message that Choiseul has had enough of what passes for representation in Parliament.
Right.
They want to breathe again.
Yes.
They want a breath of fresh air. They want to go in a different direction.
Yes.
A path cut by the Keefson Charles with the support of the St. Lucia Labour Party. And of course, Keefson has already made a significant impression on the people of Choiseul Saltipus because...
But before you go to that, we want to remind people
You can read
that...
my mind.
Yeah.
You know where I'm going.
Keefson, again, a community leader.
Yes.
Somebody who is coming from the people, who demonstrated to people way before he became a candidate that I love and care about people. I love and care about my community. So he has done so much, and it is a natural transition now. And yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
You were saying.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, you can see him right there. Look at that. These are always, these are moving images right now. This is the moment. This is the make or break moment. This is how your supporters and the constituents know that you're serious. You're not bluffing. You are not taking them for a ride. You mean what you
mean
say.
business.
You mean business, and you intend to give it your all, to give it your best, to give everything you have, to give them the best kind of representation the people of Choiseul Saltipus deserves. And Keefo, wasting no time, not long after his official endorsement, his candidate launching, took the initiative, lobbied, caucus, if you will, with the Labour Party administration, and provided the support in the shape of relief for a Techime road that was in dire need of repair and rehabilitation. And let me tell you, the minute the backhoes and the front loaders and the heavy machinery arrived on that road, I mean, the people in that community, they melted.
Cameron, there is another person who is vying to represent the people of Choiseul.
Is there?
And this person has received funding every quarter for the people of Choiseul. And yet, it takes a Labour Party candidate to come in to lobby for these changes.
As has always been the case. And guys, we're in Choiseul. We'll come back. But we're going to go to Castries East, where we are based right now. And Castries East has been represented in the parliament by none other, Honorable Philip J. Pierre. This is going to be his 7th nomination day, and we're going there now.
For the confidence and the trust in me as the parliamentary representative. I'm going to get nominated, and I'm doing it for them. I'm going to nominate for them, for their children, so that they can have a better way of life. This is where we're going.
So any jitters, Prime Minister?
Well,
what's the feeling like when you wake
any
up?
politician who doesn't have jitters on election day doesn't understand politics. Because you see, your fate is in the hands of the people. That's where your fate is. And the people decide, and you must respect the people. You must never take the people for granted. That's what we're not doing. We're not taking the people for granted.
Okay. And I see a large contingent waiting in front of your office. Is this familiar territory for you?
Yes, these are my people. And in regards of all the young people you see there are some people who have been there with me for ages. You see some people there who got nominated with me in 1992.
Nice. Wow. and they've stood with
and
you.
they'll be there, yeah, you'll see them there, yeah. In fact, one of the ladies who signed my nomination papers, Lillian Joseph, signed my papers in 1992.
Ah, yes, we all know Lillian. Very nice.
Yes, so this is really historic. It's a great feeling of emotion to go there and see these people who have really stuck with me.
And you're right when you say, you know, that's their journey too, because from 1992, somebody stuck with you. Wow.
And they've been criticized. They've been questioned. They've been questioned. Why are you supporting him? They've been questioned. They've been criticized. They've been ridiculed, and they've stuck with me. You understand? Up to this morning, they were being criticized and ridiculed up to this morning, but they stayed with me.
Nice. And guys, we're just in a little bit of traffic, you know, and people and cars in front of the constituency office as Prime Minister goes to walk with his people to the Entrepot Human Resource Development Center. And I'll probably just go down. Prime Minister will meet you on the road.
Yeah.
And we will see you in a few.
Welcome back. We are live from the SLP campaign headquarters. This is live coverage of Nomination Day. I'm Rihanna Isidore. Crystal Riviere is here joining me, supporting this broadcast. And you're looking at Honorable Philip J. Pierre, the political leader of the St. Lucia Labour Party, the Prime Minister, making his way from his constituency office on the Marshall Road to the Romanus Lansico HRDC. And this is familiar territory for him, but looking at those images, clearly he is still passionate.
Yeah.
He's still hungry for it. He still wants this. This is 7th go round.
Funny
Crystal.
how he's going into the Romanus Lansico HRDC. The person who defeated him the first time, that's in 1992.
That is poetic justice.
That is poetic justice. He got his beaten. He took it like a man.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 1997, he came out. And since then, we have not turned back from Honorable Philip J. Pierre. And I can say, because I was born and raised not too far from here, on Pave Road, Castries, he has been my parliamentary representative, and we have been proud. A son of our soil, who is represented, who
a product of St. Lucia,
a product of
St. Mary's College, a product of the University of West Indies.
There you go. He has been representing us. I mean, my uncles will tell you that he had supported them with the football gear before he was a parliamentary representative. That's in the 80s, before he even ran in 1992.
You know, Crystal, and this is a man who still resides in Castries East, in the same place, same house that he grew up in.
Exactly.
That is a type of devotion to his people, to the constituency that frankly is rare in the political landscape, and he set a positive, he set the tone, he set a positive example for aspiring politicians and MPs to follow.
For young men. And I want to make the point about young men, yes, Riani? We don't see this man throwing up any signs to suggest he is not trying to tell young men.
Only the peace sign.
Only the peace sign. You don't see him trying to tell young men, you know, gang leaders are playing a father figure role. As a matter of fact, he is supporting his community. He is standing up as a leader in the community. He is a man of faith, and he's not posturing, you know, this gentleman.
Because Philip J. Pierre is a positive man.
Yeah.
Philip J. Pierre trusts the people of Castries East. Philip J. Pierre believes and actually, the people of Castries East trust Philip J. Pierre. The people of St. Lucia trust Philip J. Pierre.
Yes.
He's not desperate. He doesn't have to resort to any desperate tactics or antics on a political platform just so people could like him or think of him in any particular way. Philip J. Pierre relies on his record and his reputation as a leader, as a parliamentary representative, and as a prime minister. And as a prime minister, Philip J. Pierre has achieved so much that has impacted the lives of St. Lucians all over the island. Of course, the minimum wage is the first and most significant of those achievements to me, Crystal. St. Lucia, and of course the Labour Party, being the party of Sir George Charles, the party of the working man, working woman, the working class, the party of the labourer. It was only right for it to be the St. Lucia Labour Party to put in place a minimum livable wage, as the Prime Minister calls it, for the people of St. Lucia.
And I'm sorry that I'm going to go back to that point. I'm going to belabor it until the 1st of December. As a single mother, as the mother of a son, a boy mom, I would trust my son around Philip J. Pierre. This is a man that I would trust to be a father figure to my son and not to encourage my son to take any path that would be destructive to him. Yeah. And Philip J. Pierre continues to be a man of honor in and out of Parliament, and I'm so very happy that he is going up again so that he can win once again for Castries East and for the St. Lucia Labour Party. And the Party of Bread, Freedom and Justice, as you rightfully said, minimum wage, before minimum wage, the Labour Act, before the Labour Act, the Labour Code, before the Labour Code, the universal adult suffrage. This is a party clearly for the workers in St. Lucia, the people the working class in St. Lucia. And Philip J. Pierre embodies that, even in his policies, what he prioritizes as a prime minister. Not prioritizing family, friends, and foreigners over us, but ensuring that we as St. Lucians can live, ensuring that we can shop in the supermarket and we can comfortably buy food to eat, in spite of what is happening around the world, ensuring that the removal of VAT on certain items would impact the lives of poor people, of vulnerable people, and just people on the whole, because the working class, we need relief as well. And when these policies are implemented, they're implemented for all of us.
Yes, and those are at the national level. And Philip J. Pierre unfairly comes under criticism for the imagined development of Castries East. St. Lucians of a certain political persuasion are of the view that prime ministers or political leaders in parliament, their constituencies ought to resemble metropolitan cities.
But Riani, our prime minister, the candidate for Castries East, the current parliamentary representative, between 2011 and 2016, negotiated for there to be a public restroom, for there to be public facility for the people in Masha, understanding that there are challenges with water, understanding that there are challenges with the system and with housing, and he knew that was, not only did he figure this out, an entire Caribbean Development Bank study said this is the best way forward for this community to bring some decency to the place and dignity. That is actually the word I'm looking for. And you find that in 2016, he didn't lose. Philip J. Pierre did not lose his seat. The government changed to a United Workers' Party government, and thereafter, the project was completed, and somebody who was not even voted in came in and destroyed the way forward for these people, robbing these people of the dignity of bathroom facility, washroom facility, place for people to go bathe and get ready for work and school, to be able to make a better life for themselves. And afterwards saying that this is not what the people what the people need, in spite of an international report telling us this is what was best.
I mean, politically immature to believe or think that, well, the prime minister is from a particular constituency and it must look like Paris and it must look like Moscow or New York. No. You see, development is not just brick and mortar buildings and high rises. That is not what development is supposed to be about exclusively. There are countless people who reside in Castries East, who hail from Castries East, and who are now professionals who were able to go on to pursue higher education and open up their own private practices and businesses. You're raising your hand, right? And to elevate their family, their circumstances, their living conditions. But if you want to talk about brick and mortar, we can talk about some of the brick and mortar projects that has enhanced Castries East. And if you give me a moment, Crystal, we can talk about a few as we see the procession there is ramping up. So first of all, every single road, major road built in Castries East the last 28 years, who do you think did it? It was Honorable Philip J. Pierre. The Romanus Lancico HRDC, Crystal. Who put that? Who built that one?
And I want to plug in because I know you have a long list.
Yeah, a long list.
And I know that we're going to switch over to this live just now.
Yeah.
But Riani, Philip J. Pierre was the Minister for Tourism. He ensured that Castries East benefited opening of jazz. He was the Minister for Commerce. Then we had a bill to ensure that people in the informal sector, the informal economy, benefited. Then he became Minister for Infrastructure. And you said about roads, every single time he uses the ministry that he has been placed in to ensure that his people benefit, that the people of Castries East benefit, as not to the detriment of the rest of the country, but ensuring that his people benefit from his ministerial portfolio. And he is now Prime Minister St. Lucia. All of the policies that has been implemented under this St. Lucia Labour Party administration has benefited the people from Castries East. I mean, I'm passionate about it. I love my parliamentary representative. I love my Prime Minister. I'm sorry, Kenton, I know you're now my parliamentary representative.
Well, I admire the man. I respect the man.
Exactly.
And I'm an Entripo Secondary School. I'm a past student. That's my alma mater. And right now, there is a brand new 3-story building under construction to modernize that school, to elevate the learning experience at the Entripo Secondary School. Who did it?
Yes.
It's Philip J. Pierre.
Right there.
Look, the Marsha Market, not too far from where we are right now, is under construction, rehabilitated and under construction. It's Philip J. Pierre's work again. The Rockall Affordable Housing Project, despite the noise about it coming from the other side, it is continuing. It is going to advance. It is going to move forward. And the eligible residents of Castries East will have a legitimate opportunity to own their own home. And that is going to be done by no other than Philip J. Pierre. And let's not talk about the rest of the schools here. The Bocage Secondary School and the Leon Hess Comprehensive Secondary School, they have smart classrooms now as a result of Prime Minister Pierre and his leadership. The lands, you from Castries East, you know Kalalu, where Kalalu lived, right on the, just as you're entering the Marshall Road, on the traffic light there was an old building there, an old structure there. That was resettled, renegotiated. That land has been acquired. There's some development taking place there. You can't miss, of course, the playground. As soon as you enter the Marshall Road, right on the Toulouse Junction, there's the playground, and that's Philip J. Pierre's work. And of course, in certain areas of Castries East, there's metered water connection now. People dismiss that, water, what's that? But no, who feels it knows most? In areas like Bagatelle and Toulouse and in George Charles Boulevard, that was a real issue.
Riani, you are so right, who feels it knows it. Because I told you earlier that I was raised on Pavé Road.
Yeah.
Pavé Road is one of the steepest hills in Castries. And could you imagine that for a very long time, we did not have reliable water on that hill. And so you would see people trekking down that steep hill with their empty bucket and have to walk back up this steep hill with full buckets in order to supply their houses with water. And because of the work of a caring parliamentary representative, we do not have such water woes right now on the hill. And we anticipate that the next time there is a dredging at the John Compton Dam, under a Philip J. Pierre-led administration, it'll only get better for Castries East and for St. Lucians.
Look, Castries East has been taken care of under Philip J. Pierre's careful and able stewardship, and he's bringing them what they need and a little bit of what they want. The people of Bagatelle have wanted its own court, their own court and their own HRDC. And as we speak, if you take a walk to Bagatelle, there is a new court and HRDC under construction to the tune of $4 million. This has been a want of that community for a long time. And of course, their parliamentary rep listens and he understands his people, and he's delivering for his people in Castries East and Bagatelle.
There is somebody who is vying for another party in Castries East. That person, I had heard of their name. They didn't even used to smile for people when they were going through the constituency, until now. And right now, the person we know, the person we love, the person who has represented us with distinction and represented our interests is Philip Joseph Pierre.
Yes, and we're going to go back to live scenes in Castries East. Philip J. Pierre, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, our political leader, our Prime Minister, is going to submit his nomination documents, complete them, fill them out, and tender them at the Romanus Lancico HRDC. He's taking a walk. He started from his Welcome back. This is live coverage of Nomination Day with me, Rihanni Isidore, joined by Crystal Revere. We're coming to you live from the St. Lucia Labour Party campaign headquarters. You've just witnessed live scenes, live images of our political leader, Philip J. Pierre, making his way to the Romanus Lancico HRDC to do what he's quite familiar with. And we're joined on this part of the broadcast by Honorable Claudius Francis, Speaker of the House. And look, the cameras are not allowed, Mr. Francis, beyond, the cameras and supporters are not allowed beyond the doors of the nomination precinct, if you will. Can you tell us, give us an idea as to what happens when that candidate enters that room? What happens next?
Thank you very much. Please forgive my voice.
Yeah.
Who took your voice, Mr. Speaker?
That time of year, platform and yeah.
So when you get inside, the returning officer would look at Form 7. Form 7 is the form where the 6 voters nominate the candidate. They verify the names, and those people say, yes, we have consented to nominate X person. Then they look at Form 8, which is the declaration by the candidate agreeing to be nominated, and that so he meets certain requirements, like being a citizen, being of age, not having been declared a bankrupt, etc. Then he presents the $500 deposit in cash.
It has to be in cash?
It has to be in cash.
Why does it have to be in cash?
That's what the law says.
Just in case the check don't clear.
Exactly.
Can you pay in Bitcoin? Crypto? Okay.
Then you need a $5 postage stamp, because the declaration is a legal document.
Right.
So it needs to be, a stamp needs to be put on that. Once all of that is done, the returning officer is satisfied, a receipt is written for the $500 given to the candidate, and the process is over.
So the receipt is prepared by whom? Is that the presiding officer? The returning officer. So you mentioned certain forms. At any point, would any of the candidates receive those forms in advance of nomination day?
We ensured that all of our candidates had those forms in good time earlier this week.
So, I mean, to err is human. You're filling out a form. What if you make some sort of error? A witness or someone makes an error on the form. What happens then? Is there a contingency in place for that?
On the day?
Beforehand.
We go through everything. We make sure everybody has filled it out correctly.
Okay, so has anybody gotten to nomination day and left non-nominated?
Not to my
In the
knowledge.
history, not just St. Lucia Labour Party.
Not
the
to my
history of St.
knowledge.
Lucia.
I'm aware of people going to get nominated and not doing so at the first instance because something was missing.
Okay. So earlier in our coverage, we were talking about Micoud North, and maybe you're familiar with what obtained on the Labour Party side on nomination days as far as the Labour Party candidate for Micoud, and maybe how the Labour Party didn't necessarily put as much energy into Micoud. Are you familiar with whomever the candidate was in Micoud? How would what would happen then?
In terms of what?
How seriously did the Labour Party take Micoud before Micoud North pre-1997?
Oh, the Labour Party always took every seat seriously.
Yeah?
Every seat. There was never a time where we said, okay, we have already lost that seat. No.
All right. I think the political leader has a funny story. The funny story about Micoud North in the run-up to past elections of days gone by. So nomination day makes it official, or does the endorsement of a candidate make it official? Which one carries more significance, in your opinion?
Nomination day.
Why is nomination day more significant than
You can become endorsed. If you're not nominated, you can't run the election. In fact, if a candidate doesn't make it to nomination today, his opponent is automatically declared the winner, and there is no election on election day.
So nomination day is serious.
Very serious.
One of the requirements, of course, the persons who are witnessing. Tell us about that. Can I go witness? I'm from Gursley. I'm registered in Gursley. Can I go be a witness for Auntie Emma in Soufrière?
Not officially. You would have to be. You would have to be a voter in the constituency.
Okay. And do I have to be like? Is it the witnesses? Do they have to come from different parts of the constituency,
No,
or
they can all come from one house.
They can all come from one house.
Yeah. As far as that process or that part of the process is concerned, the 6 witnesses, that is solely the decision of the candidate. And is there, should the candidate communicate who those people are in advance of nomination day? Or do you just show up to the returning officer?
No.
You just show up on the day? Because, I mean, obviously, lots of people are with their candidates leading up or heading to the various precincts. How would the returning officer know who the 6 people are?
They are the only 6 allowed to enter.
I got you. So, all right. So the Labour Party endorsed candidates would have gone on for their nomination today. Is it the same procedure for independent?
Same procedure.
No difference. So if you're not affiliated with any political party, there's no separate process for you?
No.
And the symbols. I know, of course, the Sinhalese Labour Party, we proudly adorn the star. I saw on the Elections Act that you have a few symbols. Are these symbols just recommended? If you're going up as an independent, do you have to choose from that symbols list?
These are the symbols approved by the parliament. That's the only ones.
That's the only
to
ones.
be used.
Okay. All right. I'm losing my train of thought.
Yeah. You know, Claudius, it's an exciting time. Nomination day, or the fanfare, and I mean, none of us, I don't know if any of us have had experience being a candidate and going through that process. You've probably been on the other side of it. But can you put us in the mind of a candidate preparing for a day like today, and of course, staring down a fastly approaching election day?
Even though I'm still a teenager, this is
the oldest 16-year-old I know.
This is my 13th election.
Now you're showing off.
Yeah.
13th, doing what I'm doing. 13.
Yeah.
Candidates, no matter how many times you do it, you are nervous each time. Each time is a new time. And we go through the process with each candidate, even though these candidates may have gone 4, 5, or 6 times.
And in the case of the Prime Minister, 7 times.
We still do the same thing with him as if it were his first time. It's a nervous time.
You know, and how can a candidate trust the integrity, if you will, the ethics of the returning officers? I'm trying to get to the composition and how these individuals are selected. Because, you know, everyone, all candidates on either side of the political divide would want to know that they can trust the people handling them, handling the paperwork on nomination day. What contingencies are in place to make sure that there are no unusual events taking place on that day that might affect the nomination process and the candidacy going forward?
The electoral department nominates the returning officers. These names are sent to the leaders of the political party for comment.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
If there's good reason to object, the leader would object. And if the objections are sufficiently grounded these people would be changed.
In your 13 times doing this, have you ever witnessed an objection?
Yes.
And how did that turn out?
In Vieux-Fort North, somebody considered for a candidacy of the United Workers' Party who didn't get the candidacy was nominated as a returning officer.
Ah.
And we objected, and he was removed.
What election was that?
2 elections ago.
2 elections ago. That's
2016.
2016. Well, yeah. Yeah.
So I finally remembered my question. We'll put that on age.
You're not as young as Claudius, obviously.
No, I really am not. Bankruptcy. You mustn't be bankrupt. You are nominated or you didn't pay attention to this. Will, after the nomination day, they'll call you to say, I'm sorry, sir, you can't run because you've been declared bankrupt?
Correct. And if your opponent is the only other nominee, he is automatically elected.
Okay, so you have to officially declare bankruptcy, as in
Court
legally
proceeding.
in a court proceeding.
Yes.
And my other question, criminal record. Say you spent time at the Border Lake Correctional Facility. You have a criminal record. Can you go up as a candidate?
Yes.
That doesn't prevent?
No.
Okay, that's an interesting one. Yeah, Claudius, you've been around this a long time. Obviously, you spoke to how the candidates must be obviously nervous and anxiety riddled. What about you? Being around this excitement, being around yet another nomination day and general election process.
Just another day.
Just.
But let me tell you, election offenses are very serious offenses.
So why aren't they prosecuted?
And each carry prison terms.
Why aren't they prosecuted?
Because people do not make the case. So under Section 73, an employer who doesn't give you time off can go to prison for 6 months.
That being said, I think I should apologize to the supporters of the St. Lucia Labour Party, particularly in Grosley, who I have been encouraging to carry their umbrella. Please don't carry the St. Lucia Labour Party umbrella of the star into the 100 yards because that is an election offense. I have been corrected. And of course, we would like you guys to vote, come out in your numbers. If it starts to rain, carry any other umbrella except our St. Lucia Labour Party umbrella that has that adorns our symbol so confidently.
Yeah, but let's go over that. So Claudius, when you're within the 100-yard radius, there should be no political symbols. Is that how it works?
Yeah.
But you can be in red.
You can be in red, but no symbols.
It mustn't say vote. And
Vote for.
Vote for
But
whoever.
can it say SLP, for example?
No.
Okay. So so the audience listening, once you're within the 100 yards of the polling station, you ought not to be clad or adorning any political symbolism. Is that accurate? Okay. All right.
So please.
So I was saying, a presiding officer who denies a voter the right to vote can go to prison for 2 years.
Wow.
These are very serious offenses.
And then what if one escapes with a box of our ballots?
Yeah, I mean, you see, Claudius, we've heard this. We hear the stories, election after election, of about irregularities that may meet the threshold of election offenses. But I don't recall in my memory of any individual or individuals going or facing the brunt of the law where that is concerned.
Former House Speaker St. Clair Daniel was convicted.
Wow.
For what?
For an election offense.
Is that right?
Which is why he couldn't run for election.
Do you recall the election offense?
He made a disparaging comment about an opponent on a platform.
That's it?
So you mean
that's an election offense?
People
during the period, yes.
People making disparaging comments.
But not just disparaging, but defamatory I think he
You don't say.
words to the effect that the opponent was a crook.
Oh, wow.
Wow, but fast forward to 2025,
What's
we've been
changed?
saying a lot of
We're
things.
we're very relaxed
well, not
now.
we,
Yeah,
in terms of
yeah.
the St. Lucia Labour Party, because we are, I mean, like I said earlier, we are
Substance is on
so
this side.
proud of our party. Substance is on this side,
But this was one of St. Clair's wishes to be a candidate.
Yeah.
But he got the next best thing, I imagine.
I guess, I
Being
suppose so.
Speaker.
Yes.
Oh, that's the next best
That's
thing,
the
Mr.
closest he
Speaker?
could get.
Well, for him,
Right.
couldn't be an elected member.
Right, right. So he got to serve in the House. Yeah.
Yeah, in another way.
That
in
makes a
another
lot
way.
of
So
sense.
yes, somebody has been convicted.
Yeah, okay. All right, this is live coverage of Nomination Day. We've just been elucidated by the House Speaker on some of the ins and outs
Always
of
a
the
pleasure.
Nomination Day process. And of course, guys, voting is important, but let's go to live scenes in Micoud South. All right, Claudius, thank you.
Yo pa wè pou tou fè, yo pa wè pou boy pou mokse, yo pa wè pou tou fè. Ay ay ay, c'est flobo an fa, je danse ça. Flobo ka pale ya ya, flobo ka pale ya ya. Flobo ka pale ya ya, c'est ya ya, comme ça. Toutes les plateformes ka pale pi bêtise, qui te chante fait travail li, et la pale bêtise. C'est flobo an enragé, yo pa wè pou tou fè. Allez, menti combien, flobo ka pale.
Cameraman, pour dormir.
Non.
Moi, je laisse lever, gars.
Vous avez-
Je laisse lever.
Hello.
You okay?
Yeah, yeah. Yes, the Babonneau candidate. Nomination days today. Red all the way, right? Yeah, man. I know for sure some of you working in the Babonneau area, especially Babonneau proper,
you'd have loved to be there in your t-shirts and in your red, to support the party of your choice, the party who makes a difference in the life of everyone. I'm sure you would really like to be here, but nevertheless, let it be so for now. Watch it through the live streaming. Mon Dieu. Ah mon Dieu, just finish praying. So, people have a Can I say that? Yeah.
That is higher than I. That is higher than I.
On a strong tower. On a strong tower. From the enemy. When my heart is overwhelmed. When my heart is overwhelmed. Lead me, Lord. Lead me to the rock that is higher than I. That is higher than I. That is higher than I. From the ends of the earth, from the ends of the earth, when I rise unto thee,
Welcome back. This is live coverage of Nomination Day. My name is Rihani Ezudo. I'm joined by Crystal Riviere. We are live from the St. Lucia Labour Party campaign headquarters in Entrepot, a community in the Castries East constituency, which has been represented in our parliament the last 28 years by the man sitting in the center. Between myself and Crystal, you saw him go to the Romanus Lancico HRDC and tender his documents just a few moments ago, and now he is here with us this morning. Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Prime Minister, you've done this a few times already, but you still look excited about it. How comes?
Well, first of all, I really want to thank the people out there. You saw them in the hundreds. It's actually for them. They're the ones that keep me going. They're the ones, some of the people out there have been with me since 1992. There's a lady called Lillian who signed my 1992 paper.
Is she out there too? She's out there? She's still there? She signed that paper.
So it really is about them.
Prime Minister, I know every candidate must have a minimum of 6 signatures. It cannot be difficult for you to find 6 people, 6 witnesses to come with you to the Romanus Lancico. How does a candidate, well, in your circumstances, how does one decide who they want, whose signatures they want on those nomination papers?
Well, Rani, they actually choose themselves.
How so?
I wanted my daughter to be on signature, and she couldn't even make it.
Okay.
They choose themselves. It's a mix of the younger people and the people who started.
If little Philip was old enough, if he was able to write, to hold a pen, perhaps maybe they should put a procedure in there where he can put his little baby handprint on the paper. So, Prime Minister, this is not unfamiliar territory for you. You're nominated, it's done, it's over. What is in the mind of a candidate, an SLP candidate, looking ahead to the upcoming general election now that that part of the job is done?
Well, first of all, you want to win. You want to win, and you will be focused on trying to win. But between now and election day, what has to happen is you have to have your systems in place. Because in spite of all the noise and the activity, you can't get these votes on election day.
Yeah.
So you have to get people, right now, moving forward, we have to understand that we must organize ourselves to get our voters out to vote. If we can't get them out to vote,
You have 5 new candidates facing their nomination for the first time. How are you feeling about Sudani Butcher, John Paulette Estefan, Keefson Charles, Chandali Haraxing? How are you feeling about your new candidates going forward?
Very excited, especially Dr. Haraxing.
You are?
Very excited about her.
Why? Yeah.
I was in Miku South this week, and I've been in that business for a while. And as I tell you, we could not even speak in Miku.
So loud?
We couldn't speak in Miku.
Is that why your voice is still hoarse?
We could not speak in Miku South. But now, the outpouring of support from people. I mean, to see Labour Party flags on houses in Miku South is a revolution. I think if Julian Hunt would ever drive into Miku South now, he would actually not realize that he was in Miku South.
Prime Minister,
of that day we saw stripped. You see people with flags.
Yeah.
Labour Party flags.
So now I tried to recall a joke about the Labour Party's posture towards Miku.
Oh yeah, okay.
In previous elections. I don't know our previous guest, Claudius Francis, he didn't recall it right there.
I can recall it.
So tell us, what was the posture?
There's a guy called Sivolas Jeffrey. On nomination day, you can't find anybody to get nominated in Miku South or in Miku North. There was a fellow called Flood, but in Miku South, you couldn't get anybody to get nominated. so it's around 11:30, and we can't get anybody.
Right.
So
you can't get a candidate. You can't get.
So Julian Hunt calls a guy called Civilus Jeffrey. And Jeffrey was a guy who was in the manager of an insurance company. So Civilus is at his work. He doesn't
he just places the call on hold. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get
and he called him and says, Civilus, go get nominated to run for the government, for the little party. Civilus said, where do I go?
Okay. But no. I mean, look. Here we are 20, 30 years later, and that's not the case now.
And to see flags, to see, I walked in Microsoft, walked the streets. You understand? That is where Microsoft is now.
You have constantly reminded us that you're leading the party of George Charles.
Yes.
And you understand because you have been there. You didn't just arrive. You worked within the party. And in every level of this part of our great party. What guides your ethos now? What is your guiding light as you are now the political leader in a different time, a new generation of Labour Party supporters, and you even have younger people now who are now becoming adults? What is your guiding light?
Well, that generation must never forget that the Labour Party is a party for people. It's a workers' party. And this is why yesterday, when we made 1,000 contract workers, when you gave them permanent employment, that was what we are about. That's our ethos. That's our ideology. These are our principles. That's what we are. We're not supposed to bluff it. We're not supposed to have fancy slogans and things that mean nothing.
Meaningless.
We are a party that sits about the very core of our ethos is workers. And yesterday, that was emotional, and also George Charles would have been happy. It's the same way when we did a minimum wage. That's what the Labour Party is about. It's a party that believes that workers, all kinds of workers, and that doesn't mean it means we are against free enterprise. We are the party of free enterprise. We are the party that believes that local ownership should determine the way our country goes, but we are a party that encourages foreign direct investment. No, why do you think that right now we have the largest and the highest quantity of foreign direct investment ever?
Because they trust you.
Because they trust the party. They trust what we stand for. When a candidate can, to try to make cheap political gain, can go on a press conference and say that we gave GPH tax incentives, trying to give the impression that the government is doing something wrong, when that is what encourages foreign investment. That is the same government that gave another foreign investor 1,000 acres of land for 99 cents.
For $1. $1 an acre.
For 1,000 acres of land. Yeah. And you have a government, an investor, who is investing in our ports. We give him incentives that give everybody else, but he figures to make a big political case, he will go and now he'll go on the radio. But how can you trust people like that? How can you trust people like that? But the investor knows that they trust us.
Yeah.
They know what we stand for. They know what we do. They know what we do not do. We've laid the guidelines, and we've set the barriers where we go, where we're not going.
Yeah. Before we lose you, because we know that everybody's clamoring for your time, not just Castries East, but also throughout the island. Your brainchild, the youth economy. Prime Minister, way before you were a candidate for the St. Lucia Labour Party, you were a young entrepreneur yourself. You have you haven't very often spoken about your journey as a young entrepreneur, which would have led you to develop the youth economy many years later. What inspired you to become an entrepreneur, and then what inspired you to establish the youth economy?
Well, basically, I found that there was not enough opportunity for young people. Because, you see, generations always say that the generation of young people is worse than the last generation. It's not really true.
Yeah.
No. They always blame young people. They always say, these young people are always the same. If young people are not rebellious, if they do not question things, if they don't ask why that is happening, they're not young people. They have to ask, they have to question, they have to challenge. But when doing that, they have to be led in the right direction and they have to be given opportunity. And I found there were a number of young people, including me when I was young, who wanted to get into business, and we found that there was no one to go to, no one to talk to you, no one to mentor you, no one to give you any financing. So I thought, and speaking to the late Owen Arthur, I spoke to him. I said, listen to me, what can be, because Owen was speaking about a special package of incentives for young people. And we thought about it, and I said to myself, we need more than the package of incentives. We need an ecosystem for young people. We need to have a section of the economy for young people only. So you have the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Commerce. You have to have the Youth Economy Agency. And you were there, and we started it. And it has grown, it has developed. This time, we want to develop it. We want to develop to a larger extent. We want to take it right now to the rural areas. Okay. Nice. And we want also the youth economy to give inspiration to the guys who may want to go on the other side. And that is why it's located on the chaussee. Yes. I knew people who were against it, were saying, why are we going on the chaussee? Why is chaussee? Why not the mall? No. We put it on the chaussee, and that was a deliberate decision I took to put it on the chaussee because people live in the chaussee. And I can tell you, that building there is protected, is cherished by the guys there. Because not all young people want to be in gangs, you know. Not all young people are in gangs. Not all young people believe that gangsterism is right.
Oh, it's yellow.
Yeah, not many young people believe that. But we believe that young people have to have an opportunity. We believe young people have to be given a chance. We don't believe politicians should use young people when it's convenient for them. And you know, Crystal, in the youth economy, there's been absolutely no politics.
No, there hasn't been.
And in fact, some of my supporters even get annoyed with me for that. There has been no politics. We haven't asked who you support. In fact, a lady who got help from the youth economy was in the United Against Party platform. I didn't remember that.
I think so, you know. I think so. I think I recall, as a matter of fact. Offsprings of active UWP members.
Yes, exactly. So we have no problems with that. But Kristen, the point I'm making to you is that is what the Labour Party is about. The Labour Party is about developing people. And all what we do is aimed at people. Now, right now, in the next year, we want to deal with universal preschool education. So every child ought to be able to go to a preschool so the parents can go to work and the child is really taken care of. So that's where we are. We are at universal primary, we have universal secondary, we're working at universal tertiary, and now we go in at universal child.
Prime Minister, I know you have an election to win, and I know you have activities to attend to today. Congratulations and best of luck to you and the rest of the St. Lucia Labour Party candidates. But before I let you go, I just have to ask, are you going to do this again in 5 years?
I want to say to the supporters of the party, don't allow yourself to be goaded into misbehavior. I want them to keep focus. Don't get themselves goaded into misbehavior. Don't allow the provocation and the insults and the misinformation to get you annoyed. You understand? I say to my people, when you are provoked or when you try to be ridiculed, just say, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Because in this season, we have desperation on the other side. We have another side that's desperate. We have another side that cannot respond to that. They can't respond to the fact that a government can put down its policies and on a piece of paper and say, here's what we've done, read it. They can't respond.
Yeah. All right, and if you have another copy, get yours today. From Promises to Reality, the achievements of this Labour Party administration outlined wall to wall, cover to cover in the achievements booklet. We're going to take in some more live scenes of election campaigning, nomination day activities. Mr. Producer probably wasn't ready for that, but that's okay. It's a live, fluid scenario. He seems to be now. We want to thank the Prime Minister, political leader, for joining us. You're still the Prime Minister, right?
Yes, in fact, that's another, that's another,
misconception.
And the United Workers' Party, they come with all these misconceptions, all these.
You're caretaking cabinets now. You're not supposed to be doing things now. That's what he said.
You're the Prime Minister of the country until a new Prime Minister is appointed. So, I mean, this thing is. Anyhow.
Well, Prime Minister, thanks again.
All that will end on the 2nd of December.
Amen. We cannot wait.
We look forward to our VAT-free holidays.
That's coming in December.
In December.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks again, Prime Minister. We're taking some more live scenes of Nomination Day. All right.
The Prime Minister, Philip J. Pierre, that man was sent from God. Yes, he's a politician, but that's how God sent him to us to rescue St. Lucia, and he's been doing a magnificent job, so he needs 5 more years.
Oh, after God is JP. I can say that. God sent him to do that job he's doing there. It's God that sent him to do that.
Après Boudier, c'est lui. Ma soukou pour ça Boudier. After God is my Prime Minister.
Tout le monde a dit Philippe Jean-Pierre c'est un bon Dieu. Because c'est bon Dieu, il y a qui a fait quelque chose à Philippe Jean-Pierre a fait simplicité. Because le gouvernement de là a prêté l'argent tout côté, il fait Prime Minister payer l'argent. Et Prime Minister pour aller pièce côté prêter l'argent. C'est l'argent place tout seul qui a servi bon nous. Et tout le monde d'accord avec ça. Et ça même il pas même bouger ba Mahabou.
That's a prophet God sent for us. And God sent Philip J. Pierre the blessing.
Comrades, I love you.
My name is Emilius Morris. I'm a hospital attendant at the St. Joe's Hospital.
I am Malina Antoine, charge nurse of the outpatient department.
After this fire, it has been so hectic at the stadium. Our patients have been suffering and all.
After 16 long years of having to work in conditions that were sometimes unbearable, having to share spaces to provide services to our patients, having our patients waiting for long extended hours just for procedures to be performed. I am thankful that we are moving, and I know I am not the only one. We, the staff of the outpatient department, look forward to providing the services, the quality services that our patients deserve. Thanks to the Most High and to all who has made it possible. We look forward to it and we are ready.
My name is Jamlin Clovis and I'm a beneficiary of the first generation scholarship. It is indeed a blessing to me because I've always wanted to further my education, and for some reason I've never been able to have the finances to do so. So with a government as we have right now, I mean, SLP administration has always been about education, even stemming from our first Prime Minister in power, Kenny Anthony, where he opened schools so that everybody could get an opportunity to go to secondary school. And now this first generation scholarship, it is a blessing to me. I mean, I used to be a preschool teacher before. Where on earth would I get over $20,000 to get a scholarship? I would not even dream of an opportunity like that. So I'm just grateful.
I remember being here last year when the Prime Minister made this announcement that he will not only give us this donation, but he is going to increase this donation. So I am elated this afternoon to see what the Prime Minister said come to a reality. We appreciate your kind donation. towards our early child center. And last year, indeed, this donation helped us to develop our school's office and also enhance the environment. And it has also encouraged to help each child develop holistically. Bravo, Honorable Philip J. Pierre. May the Almighty God continue to bless you and your team as you make substantial decisions concerning early childhood and education in St. Lucia.
But this place is like home to a number of us from the community of Gros Islet. Before Mr. Casimir became a minister or even considered a candidate for the SLP, he came to me and he told me that if I ever become a minister, if they ever select me and I become a minister, I would want to be a sports minister. I will turn head.
Cedric, Richard. We don't want no new government. Cedric in Parliament. We don't want no new government. Cedric in Parliament. We don't want no new government. Hey. RF in Parliament. We don't want no new government. RF in Parliament.
Cedric a waje kai, Cedric a fait travail, Cedric fait cachinet. So big up Team RF. Mama,
the government is working. Who could see? Who could see? From a place of a who could see? Who could see the top part? For my friends, tell them that I'm outside. Do it. What is it? Get on, man. Yeah. Hey. Listen to me. We're making a statement today. As you see, the Honorable Richard Frederick is heading to the CSA Center. We revive, can we touch down everybody? Put your hand in the air.
I representing you, boss.
You would see.
Richard, we don't want no new government.
Frederick in Parliament, we don't want no new
government. Frederick in Parliament,
we don't want no
new government. RF in Parliament, we don't want no new government. RF in Parliament.
GMG. Richard Frederick Pukashri. HIJKLMNOP. Just wait this election.
As we make a statement with Castro Central, you know the next government. Who are you going to vote for? Richard. Where are you going to put your eggs?
Welcome back. This is live coverage of Nomination Day. We're coming to you live from the St. Lucia Labour Party campaign headquarters in Entrepot. My name is Rihanni Isidore. This is Crystal Riviere. Crystal, Nomination Day is in full swing. But I must say, I enjoyed the surprise visit by our political leader and Prime Minister, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, just a few moments ago before the break.
Boy, let me tell you, when you talk about he's a mystery.
He's a mystery. I had no idea.
he just kind of popped up from nowhere, right?
Yes.
Rihanni, I almost feel like I want to be nominated too.
It's infectious.
It really is.
And just to inform our viewers, you're looking at live scenes of Castries Central, the independent Labour candidate for Castries Central, Honorable Richard Frederick. He is making his way. I think the nomination precinct is in Sanssouci, if I'm not mistaken. So they're making their way along the waterfront, the government buildings as they are known. The procession is it's making its way there now. Honorable Richard Frederick, I mean, look, he has served with distinction as Minister of Housing and Local Government. We know the housing support supplied during the 4 years he's been housing minister has been commendable. It's really improved
housing
the
minister
life.
and our administration.
That's correct.
He has definitely worked well with Team Labour
Yes.
in this cabinet, and we
Integrated nicely in the cabinet.
we have
And
FOASO, we have housing development in FOASO. You spoke earlier about what is going to take place in Rock Hall.
That's right.
And the people of Castries East, you know, the pride of Castries East, that piece of property there in Rock Hall, beautiful views.
Oh,
I mean,
spectacular.
But we look
Stunning.
forward to what the project will look like when it has been completed. We hear of other housing projects, and especially the Montsepa one,
Oh, yeah.
where there were accusations made
boy.
against the parliamentary representative there in Grosley, who did not secure land for himself, but with the assistance of our housing minister and with the assistance of the rest of the team, has secured funding so that people who have lived there in Montsepa for so many years
That's right.
can now own property.
at $1 per square foot.
Oh.
So if you weren't aware, yes, Montsepa in Corinth,
If
or
only.
in the Grosley area, I beg your pardon, Montsepa, the residents there residing on those lands 30, 40 years in some instances are no longer going to be so-called squatters.
Right.
They are going to be legitimate land owners
with papers in their name.
Papers in their names, bought at peppercorn rates, $1 per square foot. And this was made possible under a Labour Party government. These issues persisted over the decades, and it took a Labour Party administration led by Honorable Philip J. Pierre to set things right for the people in Montsepa. And of course, their biggest lobby is their parliamentary rep, Honorable Kenson Casimir. He made the most noise about settling those individuals in Montsepa, and so said, so done. The title papers will be handed over in short order.
We have a working government.
It's working. They have done what they need to do. And this Labour Party administration isn't working to get elected. They aren't doing things because, boy, it may or may not help their chances. They're doing this because they love St. Lucia.
In the service of our people.
They're doing this because it's the right thing to do. It is the
Exactly.
right thing to do to give a St. Lucian an opportunity to own land. It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do to give a young person. We heard the Prime Minister talk about the youth economy and how it's going to be scaled up in the next administration. It's the right thing to do to give a young man, whether he's from the George Charles Boulevard or from Bruceville, V4, or from Cap Estate, give that young man an opportunity to invest in his ideas and his own vision. Give
Yes.
him that opportunity.
Prioritizing St. Lucians. Not that we're saying to people who are not St. Lucian don't come to invest in our country, because we understand we live in a global village. And right now we can plug in and know what's happening in China, all across the world. And there are St. Lucians right now in China, in Taiwan, contributing to the development of the world. But
Because
we're saying
it's the right thing
Exactly,
to
we're-
do to give St. Lucians opportunity to develop themselves.
Exactly.
It's the right thing to do to implement a minimum wage, because for too long St. Lucians work 30 days or 31 days in the month, and to take home less than $500, $600, $800, that is, in my opinion, inhumane. And it
Right.
took a Labour Party
a caring Prime Minister.
born of Sir George Charles,
Right.
led by Honorable Philip J. Pierre, to put in place a minimum wage to ensure that nearly 13,000 St. Lucians, think of this, 13,000 people were going home with less than $1,000 a month. No more under this Philip J. Pierre administration. 13,000 St. Lucians will be taking home a minimum, all right? They can take home more if their employers are so minded. But dignity is on the table. They are taking home no less than $1,131 to start with.
Comrade, dignity is on the ballot.
It's on the ballot box. It's on the ballot
and
box.
we are going to be voting for dignity.
And those 13,000
You talk about
St. Lucians ought to
minimum
know.
wage.
Yeah.
Riani, I watch my parents work for so many years, and then for them to gain pension, for them to receive pensionable age, for them to reach pensionable age, and then the pension is only a percentage of what they would have earned when they were working.
Yeah.
And there are so many people who are receiving $200 every month in
$250.
pension. And, you know, since receiving their pension, they would have things like VAT would have been introduced. The cost of living, not through any fault of our Prime Minister, has gone up. Here in St. Lucia and across the globe, and you have a caring Prime Minister, you have a caring government coming in and saying, you know what, Let's ensure that these people who contributed so meaningfully to the development of our nation, let us ensure that in their old age, whilst they still have life, let us give them more money so that they can live with dignity. They don't have to beg parliamentary representatives.
That's right.
The churches do not have to raise funds just for sister so and so to be able to live.
Yeah.
But now these people can get more money at the end of the month. And after the pension was increased, our Prime Minister said, you know what, Christmas is coming.
Here's $600.
Here is $600. Do with it as you may because you deserve it. You contributed to the development of our nation.
Because it's the right thing to do.
It's
And
the right
guys,
thing to
we're
do.
live. Let's go to Miku South and see how things are going on with Shanda Haraksing.
Go in the front of them. Who we voted for? Who we voted for? Who's singing it? Are you singing it? Okay, we have to go back a little. They good. We stay there. We stay there. Nous pas balayer chaise.
Who we voting for? Shanda. Who we voting? Every time, Crystal, I see Shandali Haraksing, I'm reminded of that little boy who went viral in his school uniform at school singing the Shandali song, Who We Voting For, in his cute little boy voice. And every time that song plays, I just think of that young man at such a young age, you know, clearly he's aware.
Remember when we started, I told you, I was so disappointed in 1997 to discover that I couldn't vote. Could you imagine how he feels?
Poor job, this little boy. And yes, we're live. Nomination Day coverage coming to you from the SLP headquarters in Entrepot. I'm Riani. This is Crystal, and joining us in the center is Comrade Ignatius Jean, no stranger to the Nomination Day process himself. But this time around, he is behind the scenes. He is a coordinator. He's a manager.
Let's not go to his behind the scenes work.
What's that?
I would really like to know, how did it feel for you in 2001, right? Nomination Day, your family. I mean, I have met your family, and your family is one unit. So the just move as a whole, as a unit.
As a block.
Yeah, as a block, right? Mm-hmm. One moves so, everybody moves so. Anyway, how did it feel for you back then?
Well, it was a solemn and sacred moment. And I think the whole family and some of my very close friends and constituents, it was a proud moment for them. My dad in particular, it was a big achievement for the family. And our community at La Clery and the wider Castries North community.
Yes, and we had the Prime Minister. I probably didn't get a chance to ask him that question, but different candidates. You may hear stories about how different candidates prepare for nomination day, whether there are certain practices or rituals or routines. Did you have a particular routine that morning before you went to make it official?
Well, I mean, there was no big routine. Just we wanted to be sure we had our 6 persons who would have done the nomination, 6 people who were registered to vote in the constituency, and that we had at that time it was $250 in cash, and some guys were being a little mischievous and suggesting that we should have had it in coins. And and our $5 stamp, So that was the preparation that was made, and we got a team to go out with us. I don't think we had as huge a crowd as we have now. It's almost like a carnival.
Yes.
If you look up in Grozile, it's like one of the big carnival bands.
It is.
So
Castries South.
Yeah.
Even Castries East, right there with the Prime Minister.
You saw Prime Minister stuff out there? You saw outside?
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, you were there.
Yeah, I was there. And,
Prime Minister took the whole of Castries East to nomination with them.
Yeah, and it was amazing that coming to the Entrepot HRDC to do the nomination. The kids at school, they were all the excitement with flags. I don't know if they stole the flags from the campaign office. And the workmen in the new wing that is being constructed, I mean, at the top of the building, the workmen, they were all adorned in their red and their red flags.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, Ignatius, nomination day is a big deal in the whole election campaign and election cycle for all of the candidates, of course. But look at the Labour Party momentum and the fanfare attached to all of these candidates of ours, the 15 plus our 2 adjacent independents. What do you make of this vibe, this mood leading into the December 1st general election?
Well, I mean, as you say that, I get chills because, I mean, it's a movement that has started back when we launched the first new candidate. And it built up until we got into Choiseul, and it keeps growing. And every night you go around to the various community meetings, the zonal meetings. I mean, it's just massive crowds turning out, and it's showing lots of support and favor for the Labour Party, because the Labour Party has truly delivered. And I think the nation appreciative of the work that has been done by the Labour Party, and hence the momentum. It's not just hype, it's people are feeling the mood, and the mood is real. It is not just a slogan.
Yeah.
People have felt the impact of the work of the St. Lucia Labour Party under the astute leadership of the Honourable Philip J. Pierre.
Yep.
So when we talk about the mood, and we say the mood is red, our comrade brother from Labrie broke it down to real economic development. I would like to ask my next question of you in your capacity as the chair of the DCA. Let's talk about development in St. Lucia, and from where you sit. Speak to us about that development, real economic development from your position as chair of DCA.
Well, it's a good place to sit sometimes.
You see all the approvals, all of the applications coming in.
Well, yes, all of that. You have not just a bird's eye view. You're really into it and making decisions, as we tell people on our board and the technical staff, that we are not there to stymie development, but we have to be responsible with the types of development that are taking place in our country. And we also have to help to preserve the patrimony for generations to come.
So our patrimony is not our GDP? That's what you're saying?
Not at all. And so what we do is to create the GDP by doing the right things as a board. And you can see the numbers of applications and the types of applications. For example, for economic activity, the number of industrial type and then commercial touristic developments and residential developments. I mean, there's so many people who are building residences now. And there's also a trend which is tied into the whole services sector that we are in, hospitality sector. So you have many young people have moved away from building maybe a standalone residence, for example, where you would have built a 3-4 bedroom house because you anticipate you would have had how many children or for when your families visit. Families are moving away from that because they are building multiple family dwellings so that the property can help to pay back their mortgages.
Airbnb.
And Airbnbs
and the rental
and the rental of properties and creating opportunities for other people who may not be homeowners, but they may find space that they can rent.
And Ignatius, isn't that, to my mind, that's an indication of the confidence in the economy and the growth, this boom in the economy that people are taking on these investments?
And so I recently said on a platform, you could see the investor confidence in the country so that we have a stable labor relations environment. When last did you hear of massive strikes?
No.
Because the Prime Minister and the Cabinet have been thinking. We had the labor code, we have improved on it, we have put in a minimum wage. The Prime Minister has listened to the unions. The government negotiators have negotiated with all the public sector unions and listened and balanced it out and gave them, at least negotiated some fair wages and fair returns for them, their pension programs, etc. So it helps to have a stable labor relations environment. And when you have that, the next thing you have a stable government. The men and women in the cabinet are not fighting with the Prime Minister. There's stability. And then you have economic stability. So it builds investor confidence. So people are coming in and we go through the processes. They all know it. We go it through with them. You've seen, if you go to the north, you will see the numbers of these hotels that are being massive hotels, the infrastructural development. And men and women are working. You go to the construction sites. Many of these people now, they don't jump in the back of a truck. They pay for their own cars or their own pickup trucks to get to work with their tools. They have their tools in the boot of their car. It says something. It says that the financial institutions have confidence in these people and can lend money to them so that they can purchase their own vehicles, they can build a home. The incentives the government has given for removing VAT on building and construction materials. All of this has created that type of economic boom that is taking place in the country.
I'm sorry for cutting you off. My next question to you is just because I know you're very knowledgeable. We have a water crisis in this country, supplying regularly pipe-borne water to our people. We understand that in the last administration, over $60 million was spent supposedly to dredge the John Compton Dam, and only 9% was dredged in the dam. Can you speak to solving our water issue and the government's policy moving forward so that we can actually address that water crisis that we have?
Well, water is life, and it's not just a slogan, it is real. And the Caribbean perhaps has about some of the six of the most water challenged or water stressed countries globally. And in our country, we are feeling water stress because of the rate of expansion that is taking place. If you do not have water, then you cannot have economic activity. So it will require, it is not just a WASCO issue, it is a national issue. And I believe the government has committed to giving the support to WASCO in being able to access the capital that they need for improving their infrastructure. It will include the continuation of the dredging of the John Compton Dam, particularly for the north. It will include increasing the storage capacity, not just for raw water, but also for treated water. It will require the investments in the TR Feebles treatment facility at Cicerone, which has a capacity of, I think, 10 million gallons a day, but effectively perhaps is doing about 7 million gallons a day because of aged infrastructure. And the current rates or tariffs that we are paying in St. Lucia, people may not want to hear that, but it is a fact that based on what WASCO is collecting, it can barely cover the operational expenditure. And that is true in many other jurisdictions in our region. So it will require the sort of support. You do not even have sufficient to cover regular maintenance, preventative maintenance, and replacement. So we have infrastructure that is, ever since they started, the first Castries Town Board had started what is called at Lapwis Dlo in the back there at Chabot. From that time, a lot of that, some of those pipes still exist. And that infrastructure is in dire need of replacement. So based on what WASCO is collecting, they wouldn't be able to do that of their own. So the government will invest and must invest so that we can ameliorate the situation. And in other parts of the country, you've seen what is happening at Patience and in Barbono. And a couple of nights ago, Senior Minister King did announce to his constituents at AGAD that he has plans to install, I think, at least near 1 million gallons storage in Castries North area so that we can give people better access and quality water in the future.
Yeah, this administration has not just rested on their laurels where the water issues are concerned. Just this year, the government of St. Lucia secured loan financing from the CARICOM Development Fund, if I'm not mistaken, in the sum of 18 million odd in that region to invest, rehabilitate, and enhance the Patience water treatment plant as well as the T-Bulls treatment plant. And at that ceremony some months ago, the Prime Minister indicated that the government of St. Lucia, unlike the past administration, is actually using CIP revenue to help support WASCO. And the Prime Minister indicated then that the government is allocating up to $1 million a month into WASCO to help with its administrative and other needs. So this government is taking action, has taken action as far as ameliorating the water supply issues. Of course, you're best placed to know some of those activities. But it's nomination day. We've seen all over St. Lucia. You were embedded in the political leader, the Prime Minister's team, going up to the Romanus Lancico HRDC. Were you a signatory?
No, I'm not registered to vote in Castries East.
You're straddling Castries East and Castries North. How are you splitting your time?
Well, I'm registered to vote for the Honorable Ernest Hilaire in Castries South.
Castries South.
And all my history is in Castries North. So I'm lending as much support to the Honorable Stephenson King and the Blue Wave in Castries North, and in Castries East, the campaign of the Honorable Prime Minister.
But you are the preferred tool in a workman's toolbox to be spreading yourself across these three constituencies. And look, you are so correct, and a lot of our guests indicated so, even the Prime Minister earlier, that whilst they support the momentum, clearly is on the side of the Labour Party. Obviously, elections are won on the day. So we can make predictions as much as we like to, and we can read into it as much as we want. But we know, Mr. Chair, that voting is what is going to decide our future, who gets to continue moving St. Lucia forward. And obviously the message to supporters in Castries South, where you're registered, in Castries North, where there's an independent candidate that we are working with, and of course Castries East would obviously be to make sure that they show up and vote.
What are some of the errors that you would recommend that they avoid, having experienced 2006 personally? What are some of the errors that you would like to encourage our voters to avoid?
Well, the first thing is not to assume, because of the size of crowds that we see at the rallies and the motorcades and all the events that lead up to the election, all the hype. That is useful, that is important. But what matters is on election day that you get out of your bed as early as possible and take the line and be patient, know where you're going to vote, have your ID cards, and even if you do not have an ID card, once you are listed as a registered elected voter, you will be able to vote. Somebody who can vouch for you. You may have to take an oath in the presence of the presiding officer and the agents, and you will be able to vote. So once you have any form of ID, you should be able to vote. That is the main thing, to get up and go and vote. Do not make any assumptions that the Labour Party has won. Just get out there to vote. The next thing is to be sure when you put that X, you put it near the star.
That's right.
And keep it within the confines of the 2 lines or the box that is placed on the paper. That's all you need to do. It's simple. And if we do that, we are confident that we will have a victory. The other thing is that you need also as a party, and the Prime Minister did allude to that at some point. He said, everybody was saying, call the election. He says, and we were taking our blows, nobody's saying a word, and everybody was being critical. That's fine. But on election day, you must have the machinery. And the Labour Party has a well-oiled machinery, and we understand, we have learned the hard way, and we have put our machinery in place. And once we keep our machinery well-oiled, well-tuned, we should pull it off.
And according to our comrade from Labrie, well lubricated.
Lubricated.
This is live coverage of Nomination Day. We're live from the St. Lucia Labour Party campaign headquarters. We have seen the nomination processions all over St. Lucia, Castries Central, Castries East, Veyfor South, Veyfor North, and we promise to bring you as many or as much coverage as possible. We can go to ancillary canneries. We haven't gone there yet. Honorable Wayne Girard has or is in the process of making his way to the nomination precinct so he can make it official. Let's go to ancillary canneries.
Yes.
government CIP program has faced numerous accusations by Alan Chastanet and his surrogates. Levels of corruption leveled at your administration, and worldwide publicity of corruption within the project. However, no civil lawsuit or criminal lawsuits have been levied at anyone in your administration. What do you think has been the opposition's MO in terms of the CIP? Why do you think they continue to try to destroy the reputation of this country? And do you think that the CIP revenue has benefited St. Lucians?
But as we said, the opposition has got a very dangerous modus operandi. They believe that, as we say locally, you must burn the house to kill a rat. They think that they can destroy this country and rebuild it if they get into government. How do they destroy it? They destroy it by idle words, idle deeds, idle thoughts, by promoting war, by promoting anger, by going overseas and spoiling the bad name of the country, by personal attacks on individuals, personal attacks on families, personal attacks on the people who they believe are in the government. And most of all, they call for revenge. I know, as has been the habit of the United Workers' Party when they get into government, to take revenge on the people of St. Lucia. They boasted that they victimized people who did not support them. And I'm sure with what's coming out of their lips now, it's going to be worse. It's going to be a government of revenge. It's a government of division. It's going to be a government that will want to make people cry again because they did not support the United Workers' Party. The people of St. Lucia will not allow that to happen. No one. There was a case against our CIP and against one individual in St. Lucia. We said that let justice reign. I was criticized for saying that. I said, let the court decide. The individual withdrew that case. If there was any case worthy of mention, would the individual withdraw it? Every day we hear about rumors of people being arrested. The United Workers' Party said a plane came to the airport to arrest me, and I left in a plane. I was kidnapped and taken away to Washington. Numerous allegations, not one of them has been true. Not one. Not one official in St. Lucia has been cited for any issues as relates to CIP program. What have we done? We've joined with the other CIP countries in the region to have a unified legislation, to have a unified regulator, so we can bring all the CIPs under one regulator to improve transparency, etc. St. Lucia is the country that was the first country to have a statutory board as far as the CIP is concerned. Our due diligence is so thorough that investors complain. The opposition cannot and has not but one case to win it, to say that our St. Lucia CIP has been badly managed. I want to tell the people of St. Lucia that it's customary to the opposition to criticize everything because they are not in government. False allegations, no proof. They have never brought any tangible proof of any of the allegations. St. Lucia CIP has benefited St. Lucia. We've built roads, we've fixed schools, we have an extension to the hospital coming up. We've bought vouchers. We've spent millions of dollars of the CIP revenue, which we have accounted for in the parliament. We have accounted for how that revenue has been spent. St. Lucia will continue to have the greatest level of transparency in the CIP program, to have the highest level of due diligence to ensure that our CIP program benefits the people of the country. But we cannot control the actions of other countries. We can't control the internal policies in Europe. Nor can we control the internal policies in the United States. We have no control over that. We can't control what the European government does as far as business is concerned. Nor we can control what the American government does as far as business are concerned. What we can control our processes, we can control our systems to ensure that there is transparency and accountability. Once we've done that, the rest is beyond our control. What's beyond our control is what we can do in St. Lucia. But when the opposition goes on and spoils and sullies the name of the country overseas, particularly from people who are in government, it damages the country. Hopefully they think it will damage us as individuals and we may lose the government. But the people of St. Lucia are the ones who will suffer. The people of St. Lucia, not the 20 or so members in the St. Lucia Labour Party who are in government.
My name is Chandali Harak Singh, and I'm the endorsed candidate for the St. Lucia Labour Party for Micoud South. I was born right here in Deriso, right here at my grandmother's house, and I attended the Deriso Combined School. I remember those days of playing jackstones and Chinese skip and doing all of those things. I remember those days very well. I went to the Deriso Seventh-day Adventist Church, and I took part in pathfinding. I was one of the pathfinders. I was probably the youngest at the time, but I was there. I love my constituency. I love being here. I have come back here. I have gone full circle, went to study medicine, came back here, and now I am back here to serve you. I have helped you as a district medical officer. I have cared for you. I have taken the time and listened to your problems, and I have dealt with you with your physical ailments. And now I want to take care of you in your entirety, not just physically, mentally, spiritually, socially. I am here for you. I am one of you. I was born in Deriso. I was born at my grandmother's house, right there at my granddad's house. You are one of me. I love you all. You are my people. I love you. There are many things that we need in our constituency. For way too long, we have not had what we have deserved. It's been 9 years where we have not been getting the representation that we have deserved. Micoud South, it is time. It is time for us to take back what we deserve. It is time for us to take back our constituency. For way too long, we have sat back and we have allowed ourselves to be maligned. It is time that we stand up and say enough is enough. There are many things that we need in our constituency. There is a lot of unemployment. We need to make changes to that. Our feeder roads are a problem. We need to get those done. We need more opportunities for our youth. Our youth is the backbone of society. We need programs for our children, activities for our children to take part in. There are many, many, many things, many changes that need doing. Let us take back what we deserve, our constituency, and make it ours once again. The values that guide my life are integrity, fairness, and teamwork. My word is my bond. I have been around the constituency speaking to all of you, speaking to you, telling you what I desire to do for the constituency, what I desire to do for you. Everything I have said to you, I've been genuine in it. Everything I mean, everything that I've said to you. So teamwork, fairness, and integrity are the values that guide my life. And I will continue to do so with you in mind.
Prime Minister, since assuming power in 2021, there have been global inflation, rising cost of living, and you and your administration, you've employed many tactics to suppress that, to make cost of living affordable for St. Lucians. However, from the normal quarters, the opposition, we still hear complaints about high retail prices. What more do you think that your administration can do to tackle these complaints and these issues of high prices without disadvantaging the corporate and private sector?
Inflation was at 7% in the advanced countries some time ago, a few years ago. And in other countries, it reached double-digit inflation. In St. Lucia, we were at 6%, and at its highest between 6 and 8%. And this year, we are about 3%, and hopefully by the end of this year, we should be at 2%. What can government do to limit inflation? As I've always said, we are not price givers, we are price takers. We cannot control the cost of any good. So we get a cost of the imported good. When the good is imported, what we do is we can remove duties, we can remove VAT, we can remove service charge, we can remove all taxes, all local taxes. As far as essential commodities are concerned, we've done all that. There's no service charge, there's no VAT, there's no import duty. None of these taxes are on imported goods. So the consumer, the price of essential products is basically the cost at which it is imported. So the price is basically the cost for essential products. In terms of other products, what the government has done is government has removed the VAT, has zero rated 70 items. So these items, there'll be an automatic reduction in price because VAT is a transactions cost. We've removed that 12%. And in some cases, based on the fact that we have to get a derogation from the CET, we've also removed import duties. So for these goods, the price to the consumer will basically be the cost, the CIF, plus service charge in some cases, and nothing else. That means that the price to the consumer of these goods could automatically come down. In other cases, in terms of essential goods like flour, rice, and sugar, we've actually subsidized it. We've subsidized the cost. So, the baker, every bag of flour is subsidized by the government. Every 20 and 22 pound cylinder of gas that the consumer purchases is subsidized by the government. So the government has taken all steps to see if we can control the price to the consumer because we can't control the costs. We've increased pensions. We've ensured that more people, more underprivileged people are getting a government stipend so that the burden of the cost of living is lessened.
Another sunrise over St. Lucia, another chance to keep building together. When Labour took office in July 2021, our nation was hurting. Families were struggling, businesses were uncertain, and hope felt distant. But we made a promise to restore stability, rebuild confidence, and put our people first. 4 years later, that promise has been kept. Our economy is stronger, our people are working again, and we are setting out the path for future opportunity. Today, more St. Lucians are going to work than ever before. Those earning the least now keep more of what they earn. And for 3 straight years, the government has run positive budgets, keeping our country growing, our finances stable, and proving that responsible leadership delivers. Vote for stability. Vote for leadership. Vote for prosperity. Vote for the St. Lucia Labour Party.
Remember when Alan Shastney's UWP crashed our economy? National debt soared, jobs vanished, businesses collapsed. They borrowed and wasted hundreds of millions and left St. Lucia broke.
We have no more money.
But in 2021, we said enough. Philip J. Pierre and the St. Lucia Labour Party turned things around. Debt is down. Unemployment is at record lows. And for the first time ever, workers have a decent minimum wage. Don't let the United Workers' Party wreck it again. Keep St. Lucia working. On December 1st, vote the St. Lucia Labour Party.
I was pleased when the government came up with the program about the first generation scholarship, and I am one of the beneficiaries of that. I'm the only university graduate of my family, my household.
I'm happy where you can work, you can get a higher salary, and then you can take care of your parents after so many years of sacrifice. Man, it means so much. It means so much. I'm just saying that, and this is feeling in my heart.
And I can tell someone, I know for sure that my mom and dad is very, very, very pleased and happy with what the government has done, especially assisting their son in attending university.
Oh.
Ready like ready. Say we ready and ready. Let me go now. So we voting for Richard Frederick. On the down, we voting for Richard Frederick. Lapanze, we voting for Richard Frederick. UVA, we voting for Richard Frederick. Let me go again. Voting for Richard Frederick. Voting for Richard Frederick. Conway, we voting for Richard Frederick. Brennan, we voting for Richard Frederick. Papa, who are we? Team Arla. Where are we? We outside. Who? It's jumping Jobbers. Who are we? Team Arla. Where are we? It's outside. We who? It's jumping Jobbers. We voting for Richard Frederick. But who said we voting for Richard Frederick? Josh Gray, we voting for Richard Frederick. Rose, we voting for Richard Frederick. Here we go again, voting for Richard Frederick. George Gray, we voting for Richard Frederick. Lassie Girl, we voting for Richard Frederick. Leslie Lamb, we voting for Richard Frederick.
Welcome back. This is Nomination Day, live from the St. Lucia Labour Party campaign headquarters. Thank you for staying with us these past several hours, 2-3 hours or so. Crystal, I'm Rihanna Uzido, this is Crystal. And you're looking at live scenes of Castries North. Senior Minister Honorable Stephenson King, the Blue Wave. They have completed the process, if I'm not mistaken, and I guess that motorcade, it's just making its procession throughout the Castries North region, but they're obviously in Castries Central. The Blue Wave, Crystal, is about to make a big splash.
Actually, correction, Annie.
Correct me.
I was informed that the Blue Wave is making a tsunami. Okay, it is no longer a wave. It's not a simple wave. Remember a few years ago we were under tsunami watch. Anyhow, let's move on from that real quick.
But Crystal, I mean, we've seen so many candidates on this Labour Party side. Can you just run through the number of candidates that we've seen so far?
Oh yeah, so we know for certain Castries.
No, you can do your thing.
Yeah. We know for certain Grosselet is confirmed. So we know we know who we voted for, right?
Yeah. Oh, KB all the way.
Okay, right. And then we're going to jump on over Babano. John Paul Estefan confirmed as a candidate. He's nominated. And I have seen several of our comrade brothers saying signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours.
Yes.
And so we're going down Castries South, signed, sealed, delivered. Castries North, you just mentioned.
Yeah.
The independent candidate there, the Tsunami, the Blue Wave.
Blue Wave.
The Patriots. We see in Castries Central,
Central,
Richard Frederick, the independent Labour candidate, also nominated. We're hoping that some people will be coming through so that we can have a conversation with them. Of course, our political leader, he was just here, Castries East, for the 8th time he is nominated. And he said somebody who signed for him the very first time in 1992, they're with him again. That is what you call loyalty. And nobody's going to be loyal for being loyal's sake unless you've given them something to be loyal to. So our political leader testament to his leadership and representation. We Dennery North.
Yes, we've seen Sean.
Sealed, delivered. And I forgot Castries South East for the very first time. Lisa Jawahir signed, sealed, delivered as well. Dennery South. Stabach, the Alfred Prosper, Miku North, Cell N, JN, signed, sealed, delivered, his pictures, such dedication, such commitment, unwavering support for him. Miku South, we actually saw a picture, Chandelier Haraxi with her paper.
We saw those live images of Chandelier in Miku South.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's as far as the new candidates are concerned, we know that for them, I mean, it would feel different for them because this task is not easy, and they have to rise, and clearly they have risen to the occasion.
Especially Chandelier Jackson, who we have given her a very important task this election.
Significant task.
Significant task. All eyes will be on Miku South this time around. Chandelier Jackson, she has the full support of the St. Lucia Labour Party and so many other people who want to see one of Miku South, for all of Miku South, being elected to represent the interests of people of Miku South.
Of course, we saw Moses Baptiste in Bayford North. So Danny was the first to get his paperwork done and out of the way in Bayford South. Of course, in Choiseul, Kiefson, we saw that massive entourage procession of supporters following Kiefson in Choiseul. We haven't seen Labrie just yet. We promise to take you there as soon as those pictures become available.
But we know the comrade brother from Labrie.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about Labrie and where Labrie will vote on December 1st in a few days' time.
And the comrade brother showing up to be nominated once again for the St. Lucia Labour Party. We saw Auntie Emma.
Yes, we've seen Emma as well in Soufrière, and Auntie Emma, it was a magical moment for her. She looked 16 years all over again.
Every time I see Auntie Emma, she comes in for pep and energy, and the rallies. Auntie Emma has been there with her team, and she turned up with her team today for nomination day. We just saw some images from Ancillary Canneries.
Honorable Wayne Gerard.
Honorable Wayne Gerard going once again.
And speaking of Ancillary Canneries, I think I ran into Wayne a few days ago right here in this building, and I had to give him a compliment, pay him the ultimate compliment, and that was to attribute something he did to something that we, as Labour Party political understudies, would have learned from Honorable Philip J. Pierre. And it's a very common and obvious rule of thumb where politics is concerned, and it's all about multiplication and
addition,
not
division,
subtraction or division.
Right?
What am I talking about? Well, not too long ago, I think it was this past Thursday, at one of Wayne's normal routine stump meetings in, I think, Derondo in Ancillary Canneries, he invited guests on the platform. Now, this seems to be a trend now on Labour Party platforms this election cycle, where surprise guests, the Prime Minister referred to one as a big fish, while Wayne reeled in no other than Dr. Elwyn St. Rose. Now, for those of you who may not be familiar with that name, Crystal, Dr. Elwyn St. Rose is a lifelong Flabo, through and through. He's born into a Flabo family. He got as far as interviewing to be a candidate on a Flabo ticket for this upcoming general election. Obviously, it didn't work out in the way he wanted. He famously explained that that process, according to Dr. St. Rose, was seemingly rigged.
Right.
And the interview that he was subjected to was nothing, it was virtually a waste of time.
Right.
He had to forfeit or fork over $500 that he famously did not get back. He wants his money back.
$500 within the party?
$500. Apparently, the party on that side demand $500 for any candidate or any individual interested.
Buy-in for the candidacy?
So there is Dr. Elwyn St. Rose. He's sitting in an interview. He would have paid his $500 and submitted all other relevant documents and given it to the opposition hierarchy. And he's sitting in an interview with that party's political leader and others who knew full well that they were never going to choose him. And just to round it off, Crystal, right. So he went through all of this. Ultimately, they went in the direction they went with a failed candidate, a candidate that Wayne defeated. They chose to give that particular individual another bite at the cherry, so to speak. And long story short, Dr. Elwyn St. Rose appeared alongside Wayne Gerard on Wayne Gerard's platform in Derondo, in Ancillary Canneries, just a few days ago, further cementing the Labour Party's ability, if you will, the Labour Party's rizz, ooze. They ooze a certain amount of rizz and attraction and vibe to bring in people, you know, from all walks of life to join forces with Philip J. Pierre to ensure that what passes for opposition never, ever, ever gets another opportunity to come back and rule and rain victimization on St. Lucians ever again.
You know, Riani, we really don't take on the process of other political parties. That's what they do in-house. But what we do appreciate, and it doesn't go above our heads, is the fact that there is a major influx of people who support the policies of the St. Lucia Labour Party, the ideology of the St. Lucia Party, the fact that we stand on bread, freedom, and justice.
And I mean, look, staying on this subject of people who have seemingly joined forces with Labour,
the mass exodus of
the mass exodus. Maybe I'm gonna share with my producer a particular picture that I'm hoping that he can put on the screen at some point in time. But let's go in through this brief election cycle. We've seen, let's start with Dr. Elwin St. Rose, a lifelong Flubbo. He's joined forces with Labour. We've seen a big name, Edmund Estefan, lifelong Flubbo, a minister in a former Flubbo administration. He's joined forces with Labour. We've seen, that was in Dennery South. We've seen Andy Daniel, a former Speaker of the House, former candidate, lifelong Flubbo. He's joined forces with the Labour Party. And there are many others, countless others who are
working on the ground,
who are working
actively
behind the scenes with the Labour Party, candidates who are part and parcel of the Labour Party machinery. And there's another particular individual, another lifelong Flubbo, resident of Castries East, once a hopeful contender for the Flubbo Party to contest Castries East against the man who was here a while ago, the political leader, Honorable Philip J. Pierre. And if you're looking on your screen right now, you will see that very individual who has been to a few meetings in Castries East, hosted by political leader and Castries East parliamentary rep Philip J. Pierre. You're seeing him on your screens right now. Don't adjust your screen. Your phone, your laptop, your desktop, your TV is not broken. Yes, that is Philip J. Pierre and Felix Champagne de Turville.
His pants are gradually
okay, maybe it might change color, but that is Philip J. Pierre and Felix Champagne de Turville. Champagne is very vocal about his love and affinity for the Flubbo Party, and in years gone by, especially under the previous administration, very vocal about his feelings about the Labour Party administration. But look at where we are today. Champagne embracing Philip J. Pierre, his parliamentary representative. And look, politics, St. Lucian politics is a movie. St. Lucia politics.
It really is. And it will be a movie on the 1st.
Let me tell you something. Crystal, Philip J. Pierre is a mystery.
Yes.
And that picture you're seeing on your screen confirms it. The man is a mystery. Don't try to read him. Because if he clearly has the ability to draw even who you thought were his bitters and staunchest rivals on the Labour Party side, the right side.
And what I really like about us as a party is how we embrace everybody.
Yeah.
Because we recognize that when we do good, people will be drawn to us.
That's right.
And so we will not turn people away just because of who they supported, but we are embracing them because it's about multiplication.
That's right.
And addition. And we welcome all those who are supporting our Prime Minister and our government because our achievements
speak
for themselves.
And before we go deeper into the achievements, I think the Labour Party's greatest strength under Philip J. Pierre's leadership is truth. This party has made it a priority, a non-negotiable characteristic of the Labour Party is to remain honest and be truthful with St. Lucia and our supporters. And as a government, always tell St. Lucians what the situation is. That's our greatest strength. That's why they cannot read the Prime Minister. That's why he will continue to be a mystery, because you cannot beat the truth with lies and deceit. You cannot beat the truth with codes. No.
And signs.
And signs of all kinds. No. On our side is the truth, and the truth has led this Labour Party administration to roll out all of these life-changing social programs. And of course, you heard the Prime Minister, the truth and the trust that St. Lucians have, investors have, the region has shown in this administration has led to this massive influx of foreign direct investment into our country. You can't find laborers and workers, or if you can find one, they'll charge you 2.5 times their rate because they're so busy. Demand for St. Lucia, demand for what is on offer in this country has never been higher. And on December 1st, St. Lucia, Labour Party supporters, right-thinking St. Lucians, December 1st is an opportunity to play your part, exercise your franchise to ensure that we continue the progress that we have realized in this short space of time. 4 years, 3 months, and some change.
Right.
This is all what we've done so far. What do you think, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, the mystery, with 5 more candidates who will soon to be MPs, you know, in that cabinet? What do you think? What more do you think? Just think, imagine dream.
If he was able to do so much in 4 years.
In 4
because
years.
I'm not even going to count the last 3 months.
No.
In 4 years, what more can he do? But you talk about truth. And the Prime Minister, every time he has endorsed a new candidate to the St. Lucia Labour Party team, he has said love for people. And love for people will cause you to make certain decisions. Love for people will almost deter you from making other decisions that will be detrimental to your people. And so that is what we are seeing. Love for people. Love for people will cause you to want to implement minimum wage. Love for people will cause you to want to increase pensions for people. Love for people will cause you to want to introduce universal early childhood education.
And pay for CXCs.
And love for people want to cause you to pay for CXCs as much as possible. And he's saying to us that, yes, we're paying for 4 at this point in time, but what he really wants to do is to increase it until such time that people will not have to worry about their children being able to write CXC, being able to afford for their children to write CXC.
That's right.
Love for people will want to grow the agricultural sector and make it profitable so that we will be able to feed ourselves and our young people, and just farmers on the whole will be able to generate meaningful income from agriculture. I mean, I could go on. I know that you wanted to come in here, Rihanna.
Yes, this is live coverage of Nomination Day. We've seen so much. We've spoken to some great individuals, great candidates. But now let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Is your reality feeling altered? Do you find yourself seeing the world through a strange, yellowed lens? Are you experiencing the disorienting symptoms of the dreaded yellow eye fever? It's a condition characterized by a loss of focus on the future, a general feeling of instability, and the unfortunate delusion that old problems can solve new ones. This fever, this affliction, has been linked to the ideology of the United Workers' Party. But there is hope. A proven course of treatment is available, introducing the only known cure for this particular strain of political malaise: a strategic dose of PJP. PJP is a powerful political remedy, formulated by the leadership of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Warning: PJP is potent. Side effects are overwhelmingly positive and include a healthy infusion of real economic development, the spontaneous arrival of a communal mood being read, and in rare yet frequent cases, an epidemic of random acts of love throughout the nation. Don't suffer through the symptoms of yellow eye fever any longer. For a clear-sighted reality and a healthy nation, the only prescription is a vote for PJP.
C'est mon nom, c'est moi des autres bagailles. Les bas en espoir, travail wed pour progrès, les peuples et succès toute famille en cette lycée. Yo ka mette mon premier laissez ou qui mettent, ou supposé lever confiance moun. Amenez yo descend dans canal. Mais les chasse ne les autres. Qui ça y ka kachele? Li même ka di l'histoire. Les pauvres bien fins, chien qui pa ka do bout hape, jackass. Y kouye en jeune femme qui ka koui business li en sakwe rien du tout. Y blâme maman qui ka levé sans papa pour crime. Il dit c'est criminel yo ka levé. En même temps, ils savent bon Dieu bay en bon la vie. Mais ils pas satisfait. Vieux malhonnête. C'est pas langue qui manque. C'est qualité, caractère. C'est jugement. Un homme comme ça pas supposé conduire pays nous. Ça pas parole en temps longtemps. Jodi jour chasse n'est qu'à dit jeunes gens, yo supposé paix et fâché. Cette lycée besoin un premier ministre qui n'y respect pour les peuples. Pour tout travailleur, toute maman, tout jeune monde qui a conduit un business. Les bas qui a délivré espoir et progrès. Chasne, c'est menti, dérespecté et insulté. Les bas qui a mis mon premier. Chasne même gadi, il pas connaître qui ça y est.
Putting people first. I don't know how that works.
Il s'est l'ennemi progrès. Pas jamais. Jamais oublier qui ça y est. Nous pas qu'à tourner vieux. Nous qu'à continuer à aller devant ensemble comme yon pays, yon nation, cette lycée. Moi savent il pas qu'à comprendre ça moi dire. Amoun, Aïdi, c'est moi qui dis. Nous qu'à voter pour les bas. Nous qu'à voter SLP.
Remember the UWP's business deals? They sold a government mall for $13 million, then rented it back for $56 million. Let that sink in. That's the leadership. That's looting. Philip J. Pierre and the St. Lucia Labour Party ended the corruption circus. We cleaned up contracts, invested in people, passed laws to prosecute thieves in suits. Vote for clean hands and a strong future. On December 1st, vote for the St. Lucia Labour Party.
Another sunrise over St. Lucia, another chance to keep building together. When Labour took office in July 2021, our nation was hurting. Families were struggling, businesses were uncertain, and hope felt distant. But we made a promise to restore stability, rebuild confidence, and put our people first. 4 years later, that promise has been kept. Our economy is stronger, our people are working again, and we are setting out the path for future opportunity. Today, more St. Lucians are going to work than ever before. Those earning the least now keep more of what they earn. And for 3 straight years, the government has run positive budgets, keeping our country growing, our finances stable, and proving that responsible leadership delivers. Vote for stability. Vote for leadership. Vote for prosperity. Vote for the St. Lucia Labour Party.
Welcome back. We are live from the St. Lucia Labour Party campaign headquarters in Entrepot. This is Nomination Day, a special live broadcast focusing on the St. Lucia Labour Party candidates and of course our 2 independents who would have or already who've completed the nomination process. I'm Rianne Isidore. This is Crystal. She's been with me, Stamina Mommy, for the last 2.5, maybe 3 hours. And of course, we're joined by Senator Alison Jha. Now, it's interesting. Alison, you're Blue Wave, but you're also Labour.
She's Blue Tsunami. It's Blue Tsunami from now. It's not
Alison,
Blue Wave.
how was this morning in the Blue Wave? And did you have a chance or an opportunity to experience some Labour Party Nomination Day activities?
Well, this morning was just out of this world. We started off from the Leclerc playing field, and we went in convoy to the Castries Comprehensive Secondary School with Honorable Stevenson King, where he went in and got all his approvals so that he was able to get his nomination receipt. And we had in excess of 25 vehicles with supporters.
Y'all knew it was just a nomination. This is nomination.
Well, just like the St. Lucia Labour Party, the Blue Wave does nothing small.
Certainly
so
not.
Castries North actually came out in full force this morning.
Right.
And it was a celebratory mood. I think we could see that the mood is red.
Definitely.
But the Blue Wave is just parting the Red Sea. And so from what I saw this morning, but also what I'm seeing over the last few days in Castries North, you're seeing this growing enthusiasm among the residents of Castries North. And so I have every confidence that come December 1st, Stevenson King, independent candidate, patriot, the Blue Wave, is going to be back in Parliament.
Now, listen, I mean, we so many live images to cut to this morning. We didn't necessarily get to see the beginning of or the early part of the Blue Wave. I mean, Stevenson King is no stranger to the nomination process. He's been there, done that quite a few times. But you would have seen him this morning. Tell us, what was his energy like? What was his mood like?
Stevenson King was bumpy. He was, you know, dancing with us and really in the whole celebration with us. I mean, you could just feel the mood. Yes, we say the mood is red, but the mood is energy. The mood is, people have that sense of satisfaction with what they've had over the last 4.5 years.
Yeah.
And so Stevenson King just joined with all of us, and we were really, you know, elated. There was this eclectic kind of feeling around the convoy that we had this morning. We had our music trucks. Now, one of the things, I don't know if you'll get a clip of it, I sent a clip. We went through Summersdale this morning. And right in front of the constituency office.
I think you have to stop there, you know.
That's right.
What was that? What did you observe on
you see it
on
in
that
the
particular
video,
road in Summersdale?
Well, what I did in not just observing, but in counting numbers. And you could have seen the comparison between that Blue Wave and the yellow.
That's the side.
The contrast.
Exactly. Yeah. The contrast. So another interesting observation was our other independent candidate, Mr. Marcel Steed. He was dressed in his white shirt, a white T-shirt, and a blue and a red.
He wore red shorts.
Red shorts.
He was clad in some red.
Red shorts.
That shows you where his heart is. The mood is red.
The mood is red.
His blood is red, you know.
Yeah.
His blood is red.
The mood is red.
You can't run away from that.
But you know, the other interesting thing is, while we were driving to the comprehensive school, there were so many people along the way waving their red and blue flags.
Nice.
So you're actually not just seeing the people who are together with us, but those along the sidelines, you could see that the mood is really towards a victorious day on December 1st for the St. Lucia Labour Party.
Yes. Now, Alison, I mean, the mood is red. It's an energetic morning, energetic day so far. And from all accounts, Crystal, we haven't received any reports or complaints of any unsavory behaviors or conduct. And I'm sure it was no different in Castries North.
No different in Castries North. Everybody was, you know,
cordial.
Everybody was law-abiding. There were no accidents or incidents or anything along, and we had to traverse the highway. So I was a bit concerned about that, but everything went on smoothly.
Because we are St. Lucians.
That's right.
We are neighbors, we live in the same communities, we access the same services, and we all deserve opportunity to access the same opportunities, yes?
That's correct.
And ultimately the Labour Party, if not for anything, and I'm sure the Blue Wave agrees, we have to remain peaceful and respectful of each other's political differences at all times.
I could also tell you, Riani, that we're even censoring and checking out some of the songs that are coming out from our platform to make sure that they're clean and that they conjure good messages, positive messages. So we continue to do very well. Just before I came in, I had to try to break away because there's massive pandemonium in the city on Jeremy Street.
Is that because of the independent labor?
Well,
or why is that?
Oh, independent labor? No, I don't know that we have. Oh, well, if it's Honorable Richard Frederick, then yes, of course. But the Blue Wave went through the market, and there's just been a stampede. There's just been, you know, traffic jam and so on in the city. So, for the most part, I could say safely that Blue Wave, Castries North is in the bag. Well,
make a splash.
we know that the only day we actually know what's in the bag is December 1st.
That's right.
But given the feeling that I'm seeing today on nomination day and making the comparison with the other sides, you could see that there's a heavier balance on the Blue Wave.
You have been serving us in the Parliament of St. Lucia, the highest office in the land.
Upper House, yes.
And you have been part and parcel of the policies that have impacted the lives of St. Lucians. Speak to us about these policies and why did you accept the appointment to be a government senator?
Well, having served in the public service as up to the highest level of permanent secretary, I always had this whole passion for serving people. So when I was invited to serve as a senator, I saw it as a step up in terms of, again, continuing to serve the people at a higher level. Now, based on the policies of the government, in one of my Senate presentations, I likened it, when we were debating the budget, I likened these initiatives as those that touch the cradle to the grave.
Oh, yeah.
Because
from the womb to the tomb.
From the womb to the tomb. Everything that we've been able to implement, and that's not just promises. When I took the manifesto of 2021, the 2021 manifesto, I have mine marked up because as long as the achievements were accomplished, then I ticked it out. And we could have seen, in addition to the manifesto promises, there were so many other initiatives that impact people. It's really a people-centered government that we saw the initiatives touch every single person. From the maternal child care, the mother gets free ultrasound, free blood test, then preschool.
There's a subsidy, a $100 subsidy for
preschool
preschoolers.
subsidy.
Yes,
then
right.
you have facilities fees, secondary school, laptops, first generation, $500 bursary.
6 to Form 1.
You have minimum wage. And the minimum wage, I think we need to continue to highlight the effects, the results, the outcome of the minimum wage, because it is very, very, very impactful to people. And like I said at a meeting last night, the initiatives of the Philip J. Pierre administration touch our pockets directly.
Yeah.
Because when a mother does not have to pay, or a parent does not have to pay facilities fees, that parent has more disposable income in their pocket. When that parent does not have to go to a bank to get a loan, a student loan, for their child to go to university, that is disposable income. You have a lot of initiatives for civil servants, back pay, bonuses, salary increases,
As a matter of fact,
permanent status.
Yeah, just yesterday, on the SAP playing field, the government hosted a ceremony to acknowledge or commemorate the changing or upgrading of employment status for non-established workers. Those are individuals who work in the public service but every so often they would have to get renewals to continue working. It's virtually the same as a contract worker. So you'll find there are some individuals over the last 20 years have been working on 1 year, 2 year, 3 year contracts. 20 years, but 1 year, 2 year, 3 year contracts. You can't go to a credit union or a bank and secure a mortgage on that particular contract. And it took this Philip JP administration, this government to realize, you know something, these people deserve access to mortgage financing, land financing, etc., just like everyone else. And yesterday, they were made permanent officially.
I just want to plug in on your, to reiterate the point you're making about disposable income. The mechanic, one of the mechanics here on Island said to me, he knows that there is more money flowing in this country because people are coming to get issues on their car fixed. and you have to break it down.
Are you sure it's not because of bad driving?
No, that you would leave the brakes until it reached a point of no return to go to the mechanic when you don't have money. But now people are coming for smaller issues, they're coming more often. So the mechanic can feel that now his clients are taking better care of their vehicle because they have more money, as opposed to when you don't have and you're trying to stretch and make $1. You're trying to make $1 stretch as much as possible. The last thing you're going to do.
The decision is easier. And you were referencing some of these initiatives that benefit the pockets of everyday St. Lucians.
Every single St. Lucian.
VAT-free on select building materials has been in place for a few years now. And I know individuals seeking to renovate or even build homes are, very, very beneficiaries of this particular policy. And it's Christmas time, it's renovation season, and this is another opportunity where this policy is going to
But the only factor now is that you cannot find tradesmen.
That's the problem.
You cannot find contractors. You cannot find...
And you sometimes can't find cement on island.
You cannot find building materials.
Yes.
But I want to go back to the permanent status of these non-established public officers. When I completed my master's degree in 2001, and one of the things that I researched was the impact of the wage bill. And in many countries, there is this group of workers who are non-established for a reason, because they were not considered as part of the wages or the personal emoluments. Now, institutions like the World Bank and the IMF usually gauge the size of your wage bill as a major factor. I believe by converting these non-established workers to permanent status symbolizes greater confidence in our economy, greater confidence in our ability to manage our finances.
That's what it is.
It is more than just giving them permanent status. But now their salaries are going to be reflected on the larger wage bill. And it shows that we are capable of managing that wage bill and also be able to take care of the rest of the economy. I think this is very profound because when I researched it, around that time, Barbados in 2000 to 2001, Barbados had gone through an exercise similar to that, and it inflated their wage bill. But do you remember, soon after that, they had to cut the size because IMF came in and so on. And so for us to have done it right now, it really shows you the measure of Honorable Philip J. Pierre. He's a man who we can have absolutely full confidence and trust in managing our economy in order for some of these initiatives to have gone through. So we should not take these things for granted. We go to church and we go to church because we have faith that the Lord is going to take us through the church. Absolutely. Hope for the young people, hope for the unborn child,
hope for the worker, hope for the
Pensioner like me.
Yes, and we are encouraging people. I mean, we of course the live broadcast gives people a place to tune in, but we are encouraging people through all of these broadcasts to vote for hope on the 1st of December.
Absolutely.
Because you have seen what the government has done for us. And earlier, Riani pointed out that we could not even put in all of the achievements of the government in this booklet.
Yes.
And so we're saying, vote again for hope, because we have shown you what we can do, and we're telling you to trust that we will continue. He who has started a good work in you, is able to continue and to deliver.
And of course, this is live coverage of Nomination Day. We are live, beaming, broadcasting from the St. Lucia Labour Party headquarters. A number of our candidates would have completed the nomination process. Of course, the Blue Wave has done so. And of course, let's bring you some pictures, some images from Dennery North. Sean Edward has already completed the process.
Sean again.
And you can just see how much this means to Sean and how much his supporters in Dennery North
No trucks
love
today.
him.
Just walk in.
Maybe later tonight. Let's go to Dennery North.
He has the plan and the record for progress. He's from the valley, not changing with mind. Sean, we voting all the time. Sing on. Tell them, look at that thing. song. Play the boss of them, not for
This is what disappointment looks like. This is what disappointment looks like. No, I can't. This is what disappointment looks like. Poor job. Sinjola yo. Ooh, Papa. This is what disappointment looks like. This is what disappointment looks like. No, I can't. This is what disappointment looks like. Poor job. Sinjola yo. Ooh, Papa. Who is this?
The boss are enough. The boss are enough. The boss are enough. We are going to Flamo. We are going to Flamo. We are voting for who? We voting for red. We voting for Kensington. Marcella, move from there. Marcella, move from there. The boss are enough. The boss are enough. The boss are enough. Move from there. We're not voting for them. We're not voting for them. We're not voting for them. We're voting for red. We're voting for Kensington. Marcella, move from there. Marcella, move from there. Because when we receive FIFA, Chukabo, hey! We're not voting Flabo. We're not voting Flabo. Marcella, move from there. Right. We voting for Kenton Casimir. Marcella, move from there. Marcella, move from there. Yes, I.
We are going back. We are changing. We are going back. The governor, and we are sitting with the brother. I said, stand and prosper. We are changing. We are going back. 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 The governor, and we are sitting with the brother. I said, stand and prosper. We are changing. We are going back. 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 The governor, and we are sitting with the brother. I said, stand and prosper. We are changing. We are going back. 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 The governor, and we are sitting with the brother. I said, stand and prosper.
Is your reality feeling altered? Do you find yourself seeing the world through a strange, yellowed lens? Are you experiencing the disorienting symptoms of the dreaded yellow eye fever? It's a condition characterized by a loss of focus on the future, a general feeling of instability, and the unfortunate delusion that old problems can solve new ones. This fever, this affliction, has been linked to the ideology of the United Workers' Party. But there is hope. A proven course of treatment is available, introducing the only known cure for this particular strain of political malaise: a strategic dose of PJP. PJP is a powerful political remedy, formulated by the leadership of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Warning: PJP is potent. Side effects are overwhelmingly positive and include a healthy infusion of real economic development, the spontaneous arrival of a communal mood being read, and in rare yet frequent cases, an epidemic of random acts of love throughout the nation. Don't suffer through the symptoms of yellow eye fever any longer. For a clear-sighted reality and a healthy nation, the only prescription is a vote for PJP.
C'est mon nom, c'est moi des autres bagailles. Les bas en espoir travail wed pour progrès les peuples et succès toute famille en cette liste. Yo ka mette mon premier. Laissez ou qui mette ou supposé lever confiance moun. Amenez yo descend dans canal. Mais les chasse ne wè autres. Qui ça y ka kachele? Li même ka di l'histoire. Les pauvres bien fins, chiens qui pas ka de bout happé, jackass. Y kouye en jeune femme qui ka koui business li en sakwe rien du tout. Y blâme maman qui ka levé sans papa pour crime. Y dit c'est criminel yo ka levé. En même temps, ils savent bon Dieu bay en bon la vie. Mais ils pas satisfait. Vieux malhonnête. C'est pas langue qui manque. C'est qualité, caractère. C'est jugement. Un homme comme ça, pas supposé conduire pays. Ça pas parole en tant longtemps. Jodi jour Chassenay a dit jeunes gens, yo supposé paix et fâché. Cette lycée besoin un premier ministre qui n'y respect pour les peuples. Pour tout travailleur, toute maman, tout jeune monde qui a conduit en business. Les bas qui a délivré espoir et progrès. Chassenay, c'est menti, dérespecté et insulté. Les bas qui a mis moun premier. Chassenay même gadi, il pas connaître qui ça y est.
Putting people first. I don't know how that worked.
Il s'est l'ennemi progrès. Pas jamais. Jamais oublier qui ça y est. Nous pas qu'à tourner vieux. Nous qu'à continuer à aller devant ensemble comme yon pays, yon nation, cette lycée. Moi savent il pas qu'à comprendre ça moi dia. Amoun, Aïdi, c'est moi qui dis. Nous qu'à voter pour les bas. Nous qu'à voter SLP.
Remember the UWP's business deals? They sold a government mall for 30 million, then rented it back for 56 million. Let that sink in. That's not leadership. That's looting. Philip J. Pierre and the St. Lucia Labour Party ended the corruption circus. We cleaned up contracts, invested in people, passed laws to prosecute thieves in suits. Vote for clean hands and a strong future. On December 1st, vote for the St. Lucia Labour Party.
Another sunrise over St. Lucia, another chance to keep building together. When Labour took office in July 2021, our nation was hurting. Families were struggling, businesses were uncertain, and hope felt distant. But we made a promise to restore stability, rebuild confidence, and put our people first. 4 years later, that promise has been kept. Our economy is stronger, our people are working again, and we are setting out the path for future opportunity. Today, more St. Lucians are going to work than ever before. Those earning the least now keep more of what they earn. And for 3 straight years, the government has run positive budgets, keeping our country growing, our finances stable, and proving that responsible leadership delivers. Vote for stability. Vote for leadership. Vote for prosperity. Vote for the St. Lucia Labour Party.
Remember when Alan Shastney's UWP crashed our economy? National debt soared, jobs vanished, businesses collapsed. They borrowed and wasted hundreds of millions and left St. Lucia broke.
We have no more money.
But in 2021, we said enough. Philip J. Pierre and the St. Lucia Labour Party turned things around. Debt is down. Unemployment is at record lows. And for the first time ever, workers have a decent minimum wage. Don't let the United Workers' Party wreck it again. Keep St. Lucia working. On December 1st, vote the St. Lucia Labour Party.
The Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre, that man was sent from God. Yes, he's a politician, but that's how God sent him to us to rescue St. Lucia. And he's been doing a magnificent job. So he needs 5 more years.
Oh, after God is JP. I can say that. God sent him to do that job he's doing there. It's God that sent him to do that.
Après Boudier, c'est lui. Ma souko konta Boudier. After God is my Prime Minister.
Tout le monde a dit Philippe Jean-Pierre c'est un bon Dieu. Because c'est bon Dieu yon qui a fait le débat là Philippe Jean-Pierre a fait Saint-Lucie. Because le gouvernement de là a prêté l'argent tout côté, il fait Prime Minister payer l'argent. Et Prime Minister pour aller pièce côté prêter l'argent. C'est l'argent place tout seul qui a servi bon nous. Et tout le monde d'accord avec ça. Et ça même il pas même pousser ban et mahabou.
That's a prophet God sent for us. And God sent Philip J. Pierre the blessing.
Comrades, I love you.
I remember being here last year when the Prime Minister made this announcement that he will not only give us this donation, but he is going to increase this donation. So I am elated this afternoon to see what the Prime Minister said come to a reality. We appreciate your kind donation towards our early childhood center. And last year, indeed, this donation helped us to develop our school's office and also enhance the environment. And it has also encouraged to help each child develop holistically. Bravo, Honorable Philip J. Pierre. May the Almighty God continue to bless you and your team as you make substantial decisions concerning early childhood and education in St. Lucia.
I found out 2 years ago that I had breast cancer, well, officially diagnosed, but prior to that, I felt a lump in my breast. She went about and she read the results and she told me that I was stage 2 breast cancer. I'm not lying to tell you, when I walked out of the office, I cried a little bit. I went to the washroom, I cried. And I said to myself, you know what? Why cry now? It's time for me to think of ways to make some money. The journey began and the costs started coming in with scans and blood work and that you had to do before you even start the process of treatment. It was a little hectic. I tried to get some assistance from the minister. I tried to get assistance to the places, but a lot of places were asking you for like a medical report and whatnot. So I had to try and do it on my own. I started on my process with my chemo and whatnot. The ladies that get access to that right now, they're very fortunate. Because at that time I had to pay for it. Like I said, I paid almost about $900 total. But right now it's easier for them because the clinic start soft treatment for you, or even if you cannot make a payment right away, as long as you get those things done, they could start off for you. So a lot of people are fortunate to have that free mammogram going, and so I'm happy for them because it gives you a little hope. Because trust me, when you get that and you're seeing the cost and stuff, you're losing every hope that you have of fighting this thing. On behalf of cancer patients, that is, and especially breast cancer patients, I would say thank you first of all. Even if I was not able to be part of that era where they free up the free mammograms and things, but then they have taken an interest in something that's affecting a lot of their citizens.
Welcome back to live coverage of Nomination Day, coming to you live, of course, all morning long, and now we're into the afternoon from the St. Lucia Labour Party HQ in Entrepot in Castries East, a seat that will stay with Labour and Philip J. Pierre again, Crystal.
For the 7th time.
For the 7th time, a personal best, a record of some sort, a record.
Yeah.
As far as electoral politics in St. Lucia is concerned, only 2 MPs today in this modern era, Honorable Dr. Kenny Anthony and Philip J. Pierre, have 6 consecutive terms under their belts. Of course, Kenny Anthony not featuring on the ballot paper this time around. Philip J. Pierre is. So, by all intents and purposes, Philip J. Pierre will be the longest serving member of parliament in the next parliament session after December 1st. And we love it.
We love it.
Castries East loves it. Of course, his work in the constituency speak for itself.
Right.
But before we were, during the break, you would have seen some of the images, pictures from all over St. Lucia.
That's why I have this stupid smile on my face.
One particular video clip stands out. It's staying in my mind. I'm sorry.
Hilarious.
I'm sorry. I want to see it again. Mr. Producer, if you're able, please just run that clip from Grosley at the HRDC, where Kenson Baby Casimir would have completed his nomination process, and so would someone else. Can we see that, Mr. Producer?
This is what disappointment looks like. This is what disappointment looks like. No, I can't. This is what disappointment looks like. Poor job. Sinjola yo. Papa! Who is this? This is what disappointment looks like. This is what disappointment looks like. No, I can't. This is what disappointment looks like. Poor job. Sinjola yo.
Well, look, Crystal, being a politician is certainly not an easy job.
I'm never ever going to
You
be
need
a
thick
candidate.
skin.
Yes.
You need to be ready to take any and everything coming at you from all sides all at once.
And almost be able to laugh at yourself.
Yes. Even when people are seemingly laughing at you, you have to sort of put on a brave face, roll with the punches, and, you know, take everything in stride.
Let me tell you, and this is personal, this is a Crystal thing, as
Yeah.
I'm not speaking right now on behalf of the St. Lucia Labour Party at all. If there was a whole song talk about Crystal move from there, and for months and weeks, and people just singing randomly, Crystal move from there, let me tell you, to put yourself up as a candidate, is daring, it is brave,
It
is. And I mean, it's in this season, especially this particular election cycle, it has been very interesting.
Yes.
To say the least.
Very, very interesting. But yes, viewers, audience looking, you would have seen some of the pictures, the latest pictures from all over St. Lucia. It's an exciting day. It's nomination day. Majority of the Labour Party candidates have completed the process.
All of the Labour Party candidates have been
it's all
nominated.
done. It's wrapped up.
Listen, all systems go.
Yeah.
If elections was on Monday, this Monday after this Sunday, it would all systems go. And I mean, when we talk about substance being on this side, there are ladies of the St. Lucia Labour Party.
That's right.
The substance remains on this side. We had a lady in the form of Emma Hippolyte going up for Grosley and winning in 2011. We've always had great representation. In 1997, we saw Menissa at the tender age of that. I mean, humongous.
Yeah.
And running for Castries Southeast, we have a relative of hers who
All
is
right.
running again this time around.
Yeah, and to our audience, maybe we apologize for not being able to bring you live footage, pictures from Castries Southeast. So to make up for it, we will provide you with some of that footage in a few, but we can do even better.
Even better.
We will now be joined by the official candidate, Labour Party candidate for Castries Southeast. I speak of no other than the Senator Lisa Jawahir. You could go ahead and make your way onto the platform here with us, yes. We're live from the campaign HQ, and candidates can join us, will be joining us over the course of the broadcast. So thank you for joining us today. Congratulations. Congratulations. This is your first official go-round as you get settled there on set. Lisa Jawahir, you went through your first nomination process. Yep.
Yeah, because
ladies,
that's what
right,
we
guys?
do.
That's what
we
ladies do.
fix
Ladies
each
like
other.
to.
Yeah, you're good. My comrade sister.
Comrade sister Lisa Jawahir.
What's up?
It's
This
done.
is exactly what ladies should always do: fix each other's crown.
Thank you
right?
so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tell us about this.
Oh, that's our footage from this morning. Oh my God.
Yeah, tell us about this morning. What was it like for you getting nominated, going through that process?
I mean, words cannot express.
What is
Good
wrong with your
afternoon,
voice,
Crystal.
sister?
Good afternoon, Rihanna. Good afternoon, St. Lucia. Good afternoon, Castries
Protocol has
Southeast.
already been established.
Protocol established. Thank you.
What's wrong with your
You're
voice? Were
allowed
you
to admit.
screaming at the top of your lungs?
Yes, and you know, a teacher said to me, even her, like she loses her voice sometimes, she speaks all the time. So in this climate right now, this election climate, everybody is, you know, has a raspy voice because we're speaking a whole lot more than we used to in a short space of time. This morning, there are no words to describe what happened this morning. And as you can see, I was greeted by the students of the Bexar Infant School and the primary school.
That's you running in heels, darling?
That's me running in heels, sister. So we were down by the constituency council's office, which is opposite the Bexar gas station, the Sol gas station. And we were making our way, just walking up with our taboo and, you know, just going to the procession. And we noticed the students from the Bexar Primary School left the school, crossed between the two fields and came to the main road to see. Yes, it was just the most beautiful thing you could ever imagine. And I can never forget this day, 21st November 2025. And then when you thought it was done, Riani, and I'm walking in so I could go in to get the nomination part completed, the students from the Bexar Infant School came out. And then when I went in, I did the process. My family was there with me. Every single member of my immediate family was there with me. And my 6 electors were women.
All women?
And they were women
Was
because, well, it was not by design, really, because I wanted the persons who raised me to be part of this process. And some of them would have been supporters of the United Workers' Party in times past. But with family and friendship and everything that is happening now, they were there in their red and they were there to endorse me. And it was 3 of my aunts. We had Vel, we had Sino, we had Mum, that's their nicknames, so everybody from Joe Forest, you know them. We also had Miss Frances, we had Auntie Jackie, and we had Miss Conibert, Victoria Conibert. And these are people who saw me in Pampers, who took care of me, whose homes I slept at. And it was only fair for them to be the ones to take me through that process. Of course, my family was there when I was endorsed, and so we took it to the next level with these members of our community. And so persons from my team were present, persons, well, I don't want to say they didn't make it to work, but they made it to work. But they stopped by.
The boss man, the bosses
they
will
stopped
understand.
by. They stopped by, and they wanted to be part of that, and we were waving our flags, and it was just unexpected. It was unexpected, but it was beautiful, and I'm really grateful for that opportunity. And the fact that the children came out. And when I came out of the nomination process, this little girl came to me and said, "Lisa, you win already?" And I was like, "Well, the election is very soon." She's like, "Okay." Like, she just thought this was the election. And everybody was like, "The mood is red." The kids were like, "The mood is red." So, you know, you're doing good when the kids are feeling you. They make you feel like this is worth it.
Children are good barometers of what's hot, what's popular, what's trending, what's good right now.
And it's gonna, because I mean, what we're doing is really for them, right?
The future of St. Lucia.
The future of St. Lucia.
You're not throwing up any kind of signs and trying to signal?
So they were present. I don't know what you come in at there, Krista. What are you trying?
Certain people have been throwing out signs almost like dog whistling certain elements in society. And we have been speaking about this because what's really
throwing up signs.
Yeah.
Oh no, we're not part of that.
No.
I mean, that is behavior that is not even suited for the discussion today, because the mood is just so positive and everybody's just so embracing. So that, I mean, albeit surprising, nobody threw up any sort of gang signs this morning, and the children were not part of that. Thank God, we're saving our kids from of
setting a better example, obviously.
We are setting a better example. So they were part of that. They were chanting, "Lisa, we voted for it." I voted for you, boss. The children, some of them are not even 10 years old, but it was just a remarkable experience, and we're fired up. So immediately after we left, we went into the office. We're on the ground, and of course we had to come by so we can give an account of that. And from 5 p.m. is session in our office in Cul-de-Sac.
From 5 p.m.
5
I heard that y'all are
p.m.
causing traffic jam as we speak.
You're always hearing something about us. I cannot confirm or deny, but at 5 o'clock this evening, 5:30, because you know people are at work, so you want to do it at a time that they could come. Barbecue, vibes, everything, dominoes, music, games. The vibe is right. And the vibe is there, and the mood is red. And the mood is red. And you're going to see that at our office every single day as we count down 10 days, beginning today, to election day,
Lisa,
December 1st.
It's official. There's no turning back now. Your name is on that nomination paper. Your name will be on that ballot as we approach and close in on December 1st. Going forward, what's going to happen? What is your campaign going to look like now?
Well, you will see a bit more activity and a bit more aggression in terms of what comes out. And the rest I will leave for you and St. Lucia to witness, because it is going to be remarkable. We've been hearing a lot, we've been accused of a lot, we've seen a lot, but our focus for 10 days is just about Castries Southeast and nothing else, not to be distracted with anything else, but to stay on the ground, boots on the ground, hearing from the people, those who have seen you before and just want to touch you a bit longer. So we're going to ensure that we do our best to touch as many persons as possible. But let me tell you, it's always fun, right? And people tell you, my girl, you sit already, you win already.
No.
And I keep reminding them, I appreciate the vote of confidence, Lucia, but it is one on the day. Castries Southeast, we need you to come out. We need you to come out very early. Because if you want us to sit and be there in that seat, we need you to make it happen. We don't want to lose by 1 vote, by 2 votes for you to say, oh no, I wish I came out to vote. Right now it's positive vibes. Come out. That one day is going to change our lives. One day out of 365.
Yeah.
And,
one
people
day
have
out
said
of
Lucia feeling it.
365 to determine the direction over the next 5 years. It's really important because it is about progress. I like the fact that whilst you were going in for nomination, you had our Bible.
Listen, you know me, I'm like marketer.
Lisa,
I had my documents in there and I was walking out with it.
Are you, I have to ask, I don't know why, but I have to ask, are you going to build any bridges underneath Peter Flow? Any tunnels underneath Peter Flow?
No.
Are you going to build a straight road from
Why are you this way, Rihanna?
I don't know, but I heard.
Neither am I going to sell meat on Amazon. It's being made. We're talking realistic.
Wild talk to Castries Southeast constituents at this stage in the electoral process?
People don't want to go back to yesterday. It's too late. It's too late. And nothing, no flashing mirrors, no renderings, no amount of talk will get people to change their minds. Persons have understood the assignment and have understood where they want to vote. And I've always said, I know this is bigger than me. Yes, I'm grateful for the opportunity, but I know I'm the vessel being used for the work to continue. And these people understand that they want these education initiatives, universal health coverage, minimum wage to increase at some point. 1,000 workers yesterday, oh my gosh, made permanent. Wow. I mean, we want this to continue.
I really want to ask you to speak to young women. Because, of course, our politics has been dominated by our men, and of course, we have no issues with our men because our men on this side are men of valor and honor.
And support women, of course.
And they support us very. I have never felt less than within our party.
Exactly.
But I want you to speak to young women. The last time we saw, from Castries Southeast, we saw a young woman as early as 21 years coming into the politics, and she represented us well. Speak to Lisa, the younger one, the one at Castries Compre. Speak to her about becoming a woman, a stateswoman, and being in the position that you're in.
Crystal, how much time do we have?
The producer is giving me side eye.
You know what is remarkable about the women in politics of Castries Southeast in particular? We're all related.
Yes.
So Harold and Rock in the 70s, neither Menesa or myself were even a thought or a mention. And Harold and Rock, remarkable woman, who we know as the first female parliamentarian to serve in our country, was from Forestier, and she was my grandaunt.
She was my father's godmother. I just want to plug
so
that
we
in
related?
here.
Oh, your father's godmother? Okay.
She is my father's godmother.
Very nice.
Yeah,
very nice.
There's a link there. I just want to plug that in because I want to be in the mix.
Yes, so you have to come on our platform since you have roots in Castries Southeast, Crystal. But she was a remarkable woman, and they named a government building after her. Persons can never forget her legacy.
Morocco.
And then, Morocco, and then years later, she was a champion. You have Menesa Mbali, 21 years old, and she won another election. And right now, Menesa serves at the highest level as an ambassador for her country in the United Nations. What is even more amazing about that is Menesa is here, reporting for duty, supporting me. And she has been that big sister for me throughout the campaign. And she has to ensure that her little sister, baby sister, is there. So Menesa is like, okay, calling shots, doing this, doing that, walking with me, ensuring, because she's gone through this process.
And it's very profound, I think, that the first female parliamentarian in more than 20-something years to win Castries Southeast is assisting you now, part and parcel of your infrastructure, of your campaign, of your movement to ensure that Castries Southeast remains with Labour. And of course, who better than Minister Rambali, who understands and knows that constituency just as well as you do.
Yeah, so
that
all the
is-
female parliamentarians are part of that. Okay, so Maroc is no longer with us, and she was related to Menesa and myself, and then Menesa was the first female parliamentarian for the Labour Party. Now, Miss Mary Polius is very strong in our campaign as well. She's there. So we have the power of women of experience and women of strength to lead the charge to ensure we make history. Yes, and we want to ensure we make history because as it stands, we've had 2 female MPs in the lower house in elective politics, and we want 3. We want Shanda, we want Emma's wisdom to continue, and we want Lisa Fakashri Southeast. So we're really part of a broader picture of inclusivity and ensuring we pave the way for more women, despite the fact that we come under fire. But I must say, you know, the Sisters of the Labour Party, we've been tried and tested and just proven to come out victorious.
You carry yourself with class and dignity.
Thank you. I try.
I'm very proud of the women of Labour. I do mean that because from the time you've come out, Shanda has come out, it hasn't been easy. Even when Emma came out in 2011, it wasn't easy. It wasn't a walk in the park. It's not like anybody said, oh, it's ladies, let's just not attack them. You have been under attack.
Oh my gosh, brutal.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm of a Christian faith, and I'm a firm believer of the Most High, and God doesn't prepare you for anything that He will not take care of you or walk you through it. And whilst 2019 didn't work out, it was an opportunity to gain experience in the Senate, in opposition and government, and then speaking for the party. My gosh, you would have wondered if Philip J. Pierre had the foresight or would have seen it. But it's all God's plan, you know, just being that beacon of hope, being that person, an instrument of peace, an instrument of inclusivity, that young people, no matter what I have gone through, they can feel inspired that she has fought for us. So we have nothing to be afraid of. You have nothing to be afraid of because politics is a good thing. It's how we govern, and you get to change the lives of the majority of persons in your constituency. So I encourage women, come out if you're interested. Let your voices be heard. This election is going to be one of the most important elections any one of us would have ever gone through. We're seeing the attacks, but despite that, the mood is red.
The mood is red.
Surely
We love
rising
your determination.
above.
This is Nomination Day live from the St. Lucia Labour Party campaign headquarters. Lisa, thank you for joining us. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. You're
I'm not
doing
even
such
gonna
a
say
great
good
job.
luck. You got this.
Thank you, bro.
And remember, I always told you, the whole force of the Labour Party and even those people that you don't see, they're behind you.
And you know, Crystal, what is so remarkable about that? It feels like a family.
Yes.
It feels like a family. Like they'll call you and be like, "Where you on your motorcade?" I'm like, "I'm in Odessa," or "I'm there." Okay, I'm like, "What happened?" Because you wonder if you're in trouble. Like, no, we're just checking on you. And I'm like, that is so nice. That's so nice. The guys, the ladies, they just check for each other, and you feel like family in the Labour Party. At some point, we are going to beat Sean Edward in terms of mobilizing, and I'm saying that because I see him in there. They're telling me, hour. We have to be chief in mobilizing, because that, let me tell you, when Uncle Sean comes out, it's like, Mama, that's a whistle stop, that's a whole rally.
Right.
But, you know, we're getting there as a young constituency, and, you know, we also want to thank Honorable Joachim Henry, who's been at my side every step of the way, holding, you know, my hand and giving me the guidance and advice
some
for the
historic
transition.
transitions in Bayport South, and of course
The
in
vibe is
Babonneau.
good, man. The
trying
vibe
to
is
rope in a
there.
fish because the fish
South
is trying to
East.
get to run away.
Yes.
So
So
we'll
let
take
me
a
leave
break
you
to
all.
allow
Thank
you
you
to
so
give you an
much for having
opportunity
me.
to do like PGP and catch a big fish. This is live Nomination Day coverage. We'll be right back.
I was pleased when the government came up with the program about the first generation scholarship, and I am one of the beneficiaries of that. I'm the only university graduate of my family, my household. I'm happy where you can work, you can get a higher salary, and then you can take care of your parents after so many years of sacrifice. Man, it means so much. It means so much. I'm just saying that, and this is feeling my heart. And I can tell someone, I know for sure that my mom and dad is very, very, very pleased and happy with what the government has done, especially assisting their son in attending university. Oh, PJP cares. I love his character. He's a man of the soil. He was born and raised in Marcia, so he understands the cry of the people. And everything and every day, what he does is to put people first, and I'm very pleased with that.
the Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre, that man was sent from God. Yes, he's a politician, but that's how God sent him to us to rescue St. Lucia. And he's been doing a magnificent job. So he needs 5 more years.
Oh, after God is JP. I can say that. God sent him to do that job he's doing there. It's God that sent him to do that.
Après Boudier, c'est lui. Ma soukou pour ça Boudier. After God is my Prime Minister.
Tout le monde garde Philippe Jean-Pierre, c'est un bon Dieu. Because c'est bon Dieu, il y a un qui a fait quelque chose à Philippe Jean-Pierre qui a fait Saint-Lucie. Because le gouvernement de là, il a prêté l'argent tout côté. Il fait Prime Minister payer l'argent. Et Prime Minister pour aller qu'est-ce qu'on a prêté l'argent? C'est l'argent parce que tout seul il a servi pour nous. Et tout le monde d'accord avec ça. Et ça même, il pas même bouffé un habou.
That's a prophet God sent for us. And God sent Philip J. Pierre the blessing.
Comrades, I love you.
I remember being here last year when the Prime Minister made this announcement that he will not only give us this donation, but he is going to increase this donation. So I am elated this afternoon to see what the Prime Minister said come to a reality. We appreciate your kind donation towards our early childhood center. And last year, indeed, this donation helped us to develop our school's office and also enhance the environment. And it has also encouraged to help each child develop holistically. Bravo, Honorable Philip J. Pierre. May the Almighty God continue to bless you and your team as you make substantial decisions concerning early childhood and education in St. Lucia.
I'm a mom of 3 daughters. Well, my first daughter originally, she went to Corinth. She has left school. My second daughter is at Bocage, Form 5. Okay, so I know she's doing maths, English. She's doing food and nutrition, equivalent textile, biology, and Spanish. Currently, government will be paying for 4 subjects for her. Would be maths, English, Spanish, and also biology. So roughly right now, we will be paying CXC $425 and something cents. So when I check my daughter's CXC, it would have cost me about $800 roughly. Oh, sorry, I would say 900. No. I would give them an A, definitely, because I mean, Philip J. Pierre has helped so much, tremendous. By first thing, we have the paying the school fees. So I was one of those, you know. Yes, they paid the school fees for my daughter. Look, right now she's benefiting from, or she'll be benefiting from CXC being paid. My daughter also trying to pursue nursing. So Philip J. Pierre also has stuff in place for nursing. So I am very pleased with Philip J. Pierre, and I pray that, you know, this year another 5 years. So hopefully that my next daughter, in time of CXC, I will get that assistance as well.
I happened to be listening to the budget that time. It was not something I intended on listening to, but then when I heard that part, it caused me to give the television a little more volume.
I think I was on my way home from school, and I think my mom was the one who told me about it.
Oh, I feel great. I don't have to face my credit union anymore to get that disbursement for the final portions of my school. That's less interest on my existing one that's there. So yeah, it came at a great time, especially the last year is the most expensive year, 2 semesters and $10,000. That's a lot of money. And it's really helpful.
In the final year where the work is heavy, I know now I can just focus full time on my education, knowing that I'm relieved of that fee, that hefty sum. So I'm definitely going to do my best this time around, putting my best foot forward.
I think it would relieve us in a way that we are motivated, and to see that our leaders are, they believe in our potential and are actually investing in our future. We're very happy about that.
Welcome back. We're live from the St. Lucia Labour Party campaign headquarters in Entrepot, and my name is Rihanna Isidore. This is Crystal Riviere. We did not plan some of these interviews, but this is the Labour Party HQ. Of course, our candidates have business here regularly, and as they walk through the doors, Crystal does some big fishing like the Prime Minister and grabs them, and they're appearing here on our platform. And we're now with Honorable Sean Edward, the nominated candidate officially for Dennery North. Sean, good afternoon. Nomination is done, it's official. You're the endorsed and nominated candidate. How does it feel?
It feels awesome, Riani. This is not new territory for me.
Certainly
I've
not.
done that before. This is my 4th time being nominated officially as a St. Lucia Labour Party candidate for general elections. Previously, we would have, as I said, done that before. And on every occasion we've been to the polls, we've been successful, and I have no reason to believe that the outcome will be any different this time around. I'm extremely confident. There's a lot of mobilization that has happened. There's a buoyancy about the Labour Party base and support in Dennery North, and I think we are well poised to carry that momentum into the ballot boxes and be declared winners again on the night of December 1st.
Now, let's talk about some of the nuances of nomination day. We know all candidates, every candidate would have their particular routine and process leading up to that. So when you go in that room and you submit your papers, Sean, which do you prefer personally? Do you prefer to go first or second or after your opponents in Dennery North?
I always like to go before my opponents, but if circumstances dictate that I go second, I'm neither here nor there on this. But I like to get it done with. I see nomination as perhaps the most important day after polling day. It's all well and good to be hyped. It's all well and good to have the massive following. It basically engenders a feel-good factor. But when you get to the business end of the campaign, as I call it, I like to deal with that very early, get it over with, and return to the masses and to continue applying the pressure, continue building momentum, which at the end of the day ought to take us over the line on polling day. So this morning, again, I went first. It was a very smooth process. We needed to have completed 2 forms, I think Form 7 and Form 8. Once that was done, you needed a $5 stamp, which I had, $500 in cash, and I needed six witnesses to actually sign on my behalf to say that, yes, they support my candidacy and they believe that I am worthy to be a candidate in the upcoming general election.
Well,
there was a nice combination of youth and experience. There were persons who would have been there with me, signed in on nomination day from the first day when I contested elections in 2011, and they were here with me again. And then we had a first-time voter, a recent graduate of the St. Joseph's Convent, who is currently enrolled at the South Louis Community College. She recently made her debut on the hustings, delivering a very short cameo in Belmont, and definitely has an interest in the politics, and we wanted to empower her further by allowing her to affix her signature to the documents today and to pledge her support on behalf of the young people of the constituency.
I mean, to people like me who've never had the opportunity to sign nomination paperwork, it does sound like it's a significant experience to have an MP, a candidate, ask you to sort of be a signatory on their nomination documents. I'm curious, is there any, I know you indicated who some of these individuals are, but is there a science behind who you choose?
No, we have 5 polling divisions, and we try as much as possible to ensure that the signatories are representatives of the 5 polling divisions. I remember in 2011, it must have been, when there were 5 of us on the ballot in Denry North.
Crowded ballot that
yes,
year.
myself as the Labour Party's endorsed candidate. Then there was Andy Daniel representing the UWP at the time, but Andy has since seen the light.
Seen the star.
And Andy is now an advocate of the St. Lucia Labour Party. He has spoken on my platform in Olio and is making the rounds nationally.
Yes.
And he has one sole ambition. If he receives no support from other people, that's okay with him. But his mission is to ensure that Alan Chastney never becomes Prime Minister of St. Lucia again.
Never.
But just to return to the point I was making in relation to 2011, there were 6 of us on the ballot. And I remember when we got to the Richford Combined School, where the electoral department's office was at the time, there was a particular independent candidate who did not have sufficient numbers in terms of people to sign for him on nomination day. And I had to use some of my supporters to sign for Andre Pancho de Keris, who contested in Denry North at the time. And even on the day that Pancho was being nominated and he came with his papers, he was saying that we needed change in the country in 2011 when the St. Lucia Labour Party was in opposition. And he was a voice of advocacy for change. And he was doing it in his own unique way. And we had no difficulty on the day lending a few signatories to the cause.
And he returned in 2021 to contest.
Yes.
But it's
but I'll tell you this moving forward. Really. Maybe I was naive at the time. But in 2025 and moving forward, I am not lending support by way of signatories to anybody who's contesting
Certainly
any
not
election.
anyone on the opposition
Whether
side.
opposition or independent, that will never happen again.
Yeah. But, okay, this is over. You got it done swiftly and quickly. What is that campaign in Denry North going to look like up until November 30th?
I think we will intensify our presence. There's a deliberate plan and strategy. What you see happening in Denry North does not happen by accident. There's careful planning. And my team will tell you that I can be a very hard taskmaster at times. We would sit as a team, we would plan the campaign, we would plan the days ahead, and then 2 hours later I call everybody back and then we shred the entire plan and to basically revisit the drawing board, contest new ideas, and to see how we can be as impactful as we can and as strategic as we can. There are times when you have to be strategic and there are times when you have to be tactical, where you just want to have a particular effect within the next 24 hours. And then there are those plans where you roll out over a 3-day period for a week, just to ensure that you keep the momentum, you preserve the lead that you have in certain pockets, and then you go at the opposition as aggressively as you can. And when I say aggressively, I'm talking in terms of the campaign, the commentary, the strategy, but not at all to engage anybody physically or to allow the campaign to degenerate to name calling or that kind of thing. Anybody who's objective will follow my campaign from 2011 to now. I am not one to slander people. I'm not about name calling. That having been said, I don't know that there's any other candidate in the current race who has been attacked as much as I have. I know Dr. Healy has been pulverized and he has been battered
Honorable Richard
a
Frederick
lot. Well, Richard Frederick too. But at the
yeah,
community level, I mean, there's an individual who goes live 3, 4, 5 times a day just to try.
I think he calls your name in his sleep.
I think he does, and somebody was creative enough to put that into very good use, and it's only good and fair now that you know our people begin.
He's going to be calling your name even more come December 2nd after the ballot box has been thoroughly counted, I suspect, and it's going to be 5 more years of him losing sleep overnight. But more importantly, it's going to be 5 more years of quality representation in Denry North. It's going to be 5 more years of Sean again. And if I'm not mistaken, I think as of now, you have succeeded or you've outdid Ferdinand Henry as the longest serving
as we
rep
speak,
for
I'm the
Denry North.
longest. As we speak, I'm the longest serving member of parliament for Denry North. It is an honor to have achieved that milestone. I did not do it alone, or I did not do it simply because I am Sean Edward. But what you have in Denry North is a combination of a candidate, a parliamentary representative who understands his people. His people, they understand him, and together we've been able to move this place seismically, politically. And don't forget that the DNA of Sir John is still alive and well in Denry North. The impact of his presence and influence has diminished somewhat, but there are still individuals with whom I speak. They speak favorably about me as a person, but they quick to remind me that it was John Compton who gave them the plot of land on which they're now farming, and as a result, they can't vote against him. And I said to an elderly gentleman that Sir John has passed, and he said, no, c'est by Compton, I vote. I'm content Sean, I vote by Compton.
Even if Sean is facilitating him with the resources to till that farm.
A lot of things, yes. But they are in the minority. I think what is most refreshing about the politics of Denrinoff now is when you see young persons breaking away from tradition where the household is predominantly United Workers' Party, and in times past, people just blindly follow their parents. But now it is very much polarized in a lot of the homes, where the children are saying, no, they want to identify with Progress, they want to identify with Sean Edwin and the policies of the Labour Party, they want to identify with an individual who has made scholarships and opportunities for higher education a priority, and they're beginning to buy into the message that there's so much more to development than just the concrete and steel and the brick and mortar, and that real opportunities for personal growth would translate to real opportunities for community growth and national development and growth as well. So we are in a very good space in Denrinoff. We take absolutely nothing for granted. We will not rest until the final ballot is counted. And I expect for us to not just win Denrinoff this time around, but to win with an increased majority and a decisive majority at that. And the reason is we've done our work. I've stayed on the ground. I've been with my people, and that is why you see them coming out in such large numbers whenever they called out to show their support for their candidate, for their parliamentary representative, their party, and their prime minister. And whilst I'm on, Crystal, I really need to thank the Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Philip J. Pierre, for having entrusted me with so much resources to be able to do some of the work I've done in constituency and to be able to deliver on the education mandate for the St. Lucia Labour Party administration.
You are reading my mind, because that's what I've been trying to ask you for the last 5 minutes. Go on.
So I was just saying that it is very, very refreshing. I'm part of a team where we work well together. There's a lot of camaraderie in the cabinet. We have each other's back, and it's just a nice vibe, a nice feeling, a comfortable feeling to be able to function within the Labour Party, irrespective of whether you interface with new candidates or you are dealing with veterans like Moses Jean-Baptiste, Alpha Baptiste, the Honourable Richard Frederick, and Honourable Stevenson King, who have been there for an inordinate amount of time. So it's important for there to be good chemistry within the team for a government to perform and to deliver as well as we have delivered. We are going into this election not by making promises to people that we know will not be able to fulfill, but instead we're going on a record of accomplishment. We have worked across sectors. We have worked for every demographic in this country. This is the government that reinstated the distress fund. This is the government that is helping parents meet the cost of early childhood education. This is the government that has given input and fertilizer and whatnot to banana farmers. And this is the same government that can attract billions of dollars in investment because the business community have expressed openly their confidence in the ability and the leadership of the Honourable Philip J. Pierre.
And they trust you.
And they trust the Prime Minister, they trust the government, and it becomes even more glaring for us, favorably so, when you do a direct comparison between the leader of the opposition and the Honourable Philip J. Pierre. There's a lot of daylight between the two, and it was his own candidate who referred to him as being reckless. So St. Lucians cannot afford, Crystal, to take a chance with these fellas, because don't forget, they institutionalized victimization through the infamous Belrose doctrine, and I suffered as a result of that. Really, I used to wake up in the morning because I live in the constituency. I live the daily experiences of the people of Denny Riviere and Denry North. I am there in the community. People come up to my door and knock. They sit on my balcony waiting for me. I know what they know. I feel what they feel. And for 5 years, I could not go into a hardware and buy a sheet of plywood or a bag of cement or a pound of nail or fill a prescription, Crystal, for an elderly person who was not well, simply because I was denied state resources by virtue of being an MP who won his seat on a Labour Party ticket. And that is what Alan Shastney did. And if all of the previous prime ministers we've had in St. Lucia, nobody has had such scant respect for duly elected MPs. But he did it. And then he wants to make you believe in 2025 because he's desperate. He does not see a path to victory. So he goes and he stares at you in your living room and tell you he's a change man. He's not a change man. He's a man who victimizes people. He's a man who does not appreciate that people will have differences of opinion with him. And there will be alternatives to the policies that he wanted to put forward on behalf of his party. But as Leandra said, never will this man be elected Prime Minister of this country again.
I've heard quite a few times on it's Lendus Vine, right? That every time that there's a project funded in St. Lucia, you always ask what's in it for Dennery North.
Yes, Crystal, I do.
And so people coming in already know when they're coming into this country, let us make sure we have some part of project money for Dennery North, because you're always an advocate.
And there's a reason for that. As I said, just imagine having been deprived for 5 years.
Right.
You dragged into a 6th year under the guise of COVID. But COVID was not the real reason why the election was not called after 5 years. The polls were showing that they were going to lose. And they really thought they could have extended the period and the time frame to see how they would have been able to claw their way back. But that was not possible. And the longer it took, the more disaffection that people were developing for them. So if he had gone another 2 months, it would have been 17, not even worse. So I said this to say there was a backlog. So when I came in 2021, of course there were things I wanted to do. But even before I could have attended to the things I wanted to do, I had to deal with the backlog.
Right.
Roads were not fixed. My health center was kept in abeyance for God knows how long. We were punished. So I had to take care of those things and then begin to roll out the program for this current term. As we speak, I've gotten approval for about 4 or 5 roads. But I believe it is vulgar and distasteful to begin any road project the week before election. Right. I will not do it. I have approval for the Richford Ring Road. Wow. I have approval for road adjacent to the Grand Ravine playing field, Alemon Side Road in Grand Riviere, Packbeth Road, all of those roads have been costed, and I've gotten approval for some of those roads to commence immediately. But I, Sean Edward, will not embark on any project. There will be no commencement of a road project the week leading up to election, so as to not send the message that I'm desperate and I'm trying to do things under the cover of darkness.
Like trying to give direct awards.
So I will say to my people, I know what the needs are. We have spoken to each other. We've had our conversation. Just get to the 1st of December, we will celebrate the night of the 1st, and the work program will begin almost immediately thereafter, because I am extremely confident that it will be Philip Joseph Pierre leading St. Lucia as Prime Minister, and I intend to be in the Parliament representing the people of Dennery North again. Notice I did not say I intend on being in the cabinet. But the one thing the people of Dennery North can assure me is a place in the Parliament.
That's right.
Being in cabinet is the preserve of the Prime Minister.
Exactly. Now, before I lose you, you were Minister of Education this time around, and you have several schools actually in your constituency. You also were a teacher. What are the things that you wanted as a teacher when you were an educator that you were able to accomplish and give to the schools in Dennery North?
Well, there are things that you wanted in your classroom. You wanted instructional devices that we've provided. Almost every school in St. Lucia today has a smart board. We've not reached the stage where every classroom would have a smart board, but that is where we're headed. Every child in the secondary school system has a laptop device, complements the government of St. Lucia. Teachers have made sacrifices for their students from time immemorial. When teachers travel, and I challenge the two of you, around, say, the final week of August, just position yourself somewhere near the arrival area at the Hewanora International Airport. And you will see teachers hauling 1, 2 suitcases, sometimes a third that they would pay for. And I can assure you half of the things in there are not for them,
Teaching material allowance.
But yes, instructional aid and materials to enhance pedagogy and lesson delivery. And it was against that backdrop, a Labour Party government implemented the TMA, the Teaching Material Allowance. It started off as an $800 token. Prime Minister Pierre increased it. Today, everybody takes $1,400.
Temporary
home.
as well as...
Yes. No, wait, hold on for temporary, yes. Every teacher gets, but I would want to associate the word temporary with those persons getting a salary in the month of August. Because as you know, a permanent teacher gets a salary from the month of April, which is the commencement of the financial year, right through to March. However, the temporary teachers used to get in April, May, June, July, and they were not getting paid for the month of August. Some of them had commitments by courts. Some of them had commitments to the bank. Some of them had their little loans paying, and just meeting daily living expenses. They could not. And August was always a difficult time for them. Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre, again in his wisdom, came and said that this is unfair. I must also tell you that this emanated from a discussion with the St. Lucia Teachers Union. And let me just profit the opportunity to place on the record my appreciation and thanks to the St. Lucia Teachers Union for having worked with me during my tenure as Minister for Education. The same is also true for the National Principals Association, and there's so many other stakeholders in the education sphere that I really need to thank for having worked with us. But the two that really stand out, the ones we interface with almost on a daily basis, would be the St. Lucia Teachers Union and the National Principals Association. And I'm very grateful for the support. We did not agree on everything. There were times when we had to butt heads, but at the end of the day, the one thing we always established at our meetings is that we were in it for the benefit of the children of St. Lucia interested in our care. And in the case of our school system, approximately 25,000 of them from early childhood all the way to tertiary level.
Sean, congratulations. Nomination day is over. Although the campaign continues, it's going to intensify. Best of luck to you and the rest of the Labour Party candidates who would have completed their nomination process here today. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Is your reality feeling altered? Do you find yourself seeing the world through a strange, yellowed lens? Are you experiencing the disorienting symptoms of the dreaded yellow eye fever? It's a condition characterized by a loss of focus on the future, a general feeling of instability, and the unfortunate delusion that old problems can solve new ones. This fever, this affliction, has been linked to the ideology of the United Workers' Party. But there is hope. A proven course of treatment is available, introducing the only known cure for this particular strain of political malaise: a strategic dose of PJP. PJP is a powerful political remedy, formulated by the leadership of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Warning: PJP is potent. Side effects are overwhelmingly positive and include a healthy infusion of real economic development, the spontaneous arrival of a communal mood being read, and in rare yet frequent cases, an epidemic of random acts of love throughout the nation. Don't suffer through the symptoms of yellow eye fever any longer. For a clear-sighted reality and a healthy nation, the only prescription is a vote for PJP.
C'est mon nom, c'est moi des autres bagailles. Les bas en espoir, travail wed pour progrès, les peuples et succès toute famille en cette lycée. Yo ka mette mon premier. Laissez ou qui mette ou supposé lever confiance mon. Amenez yo descend dans canal. Mais les chasse ne wezot. Qui ça y ka kachile? Li même ka di l'histoire. Les pauvres bien fins, chiens qui pas ka de bout happé, jackass. Y kouye en jeune femme qui ka koui business li en sakwe rien du tout. Y blâme maman qui ka levé sans papa pour crime. Il dit c'est criminel yo ka levé. En même temps, ils savent bon Dieu bay en bon la vie. Mais ils pas satisfait. Vieux malhonnête. C'est pas langue qui manque. C'est qualité, caractère. C'est jugement. Un homme comme ça, pas supposé conduire pays. Ça pas parole en temps longtemps. Jodi jour chasse n'est qu'à dit jeunes gens, yo supposé paix et fâché. Saint-Lucie besoin un premier ministre qui ni respect pour les peuples. Pour tout travailleur, toute maman, tout jeune monde qui a conduit un business. Les bas qui a délivré espoir et progrès. Chasne, c'est menti, dérespecté et insulté. Les bas qui a mis moun premier. Chasne même gadi, il pas connaître qui ça y est.
Putting people first. I don't know how that works.
Il s'est l'ennemi progrès. Pas jamais, jamais oublier qui ça y est. Nous pas qu'à tourner vieux. Nous qu'à continuer à aller devant ensemble comme yon pays, yon nation, Saint-Lucie. Moi savent il pas qu'à comprendre ça moi dire. Amoun, Aïdi, c'est moi qui dis. Nous qu'à voter pour les bas. Nous qu'à voter SLP.
Remember the UWP's business deals? They sold a government mall for $13 million, then rented it back for $56 million. Let that sink in. That's not leadership. That's looting. Philip J. Pierre and the St. Lucia Labour Party ended the corruption circus. We cleaned up contracts, invested in people, passed laws to prosecute thieves in suits. Vote for clean hands and a strong future. On December 1st, vote for the St. Lucia Labour Party.
Another sunrise over St. Lucia, another chance to keep building together. When Labour took office in July 2021, our nation was hurting. Families were struggling, businesses were uncertain, and hope felt distant. But we made a promise to restore stability, rebuild confidence, and put our people first. 4 years later, that promise has been kept. Our economy is stronger, our people are working again, and we are setting out the path for future opportunity. Today, more St. Lucians are going to work than ever before. Those earning the least now keep more of what they earn. And for 3 straight years, the government has run positive budgets, keeping our country growing, our finances stable, and proving that responsible leadership delivers. Vote for stability. Vote for leadership. Vote for prosperity. Vote for the St. Lucia Labour Party.
Remember when Alan Chasney's UWP crashed our economy? National debt soared, jobs vanished, businesses collapsed. They borrowed and wasted hundreds of millions and left St. Lucia broke.
We have no more money.
But in 2021, we said enough. Philip J. Pierre and the St. Lucia Labour Party turned things around. Debt is down. Unemployment is at record lows. And for the first time ever, workers have a decent minimum wage. Don't let the United Workers' Party wreck it again. Keep St. Lucia working. On December 1st, vote the St. Lucia Labour Party.
Welcome back to Nomination Day, live coverage, coming to you live from the St. Lucia Labour Party headquarters. Crystal, what a day it was. We witnessed the amazing, vibrant, exciting nomination processions by almost all of our St. Lucia Labour Party candidates, and as well as the 2 independents that we are supporting or who support us. And we learned a lot from our guests today on this program. It was great. The mood is red, the momentum is on this side, the substance is on this side, and the truth is on this side insofar as everything Philip J. Pierre and this Labour Party administration has been able to accomplish in not 4.5 years, but 4 years and maybe about 3 months, 3.5 months. Crystal.
Yeah, Riani, I said the Bible because we've been calling this the Labour Party Bible.
I keep it near to my heart.
And I just want to remind the people who are watching, who are following us, especially those of you who are here in St. Lucia and who will be here on the 1st of December. Elections are won on the day. Make your plan for you to come out to vote, because the only way the St. Lucia Labour Party can continue the work, the progress that it has started is but through your vote, through your endorsement on the 1st of December. Elections have not been won yet. Yes, nomination day was awesome.
And fun.
It's always fun,
and exciting.
we're not there. We're always.
It feels like we've won because we've really showed and continue to show, as did our campaign launches. We really show St. Lucians and the general public that this Labour Party is the party and the government that St. Lucians want and prefer. They don't want what's passing for a political party on the other side.
You think that we'll ever get an opportunity to be part of the motorcade and the fun, Riani?
I'm looking forward to Victory Day when we may get that opportunity to be part of a. Let's hope. Knock on wood. So St. Lucia, this was live coverage of Nomination Day. Get out and vote. Ensure that you're registered to vote. Encourage your friends, family who are eligible to vote, that they vote to continue the progress of this Philip J. Pierre-led Labour Party administration.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for joining us. Good afternoon and see you next time.
I want to thank the people of St. Lucia for their goodwill, for their prayers. For working with this government to take St. Lucia to a higher level. We've seen growth, we've seen development, we've seen the people of St. Lucia moving forward. We've gained new respect in the international world. Let us move forward together for the benefit of all. Thank you, St. Lucia. I am Philip J. Pierre, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and the Youth Economy, and Minister for Justice and National Security. I am proud to say we have delivered to our young people. Previously, talented young St. Lucians struggled with few opportunities and limited support. Today, through the youth economy, grants and mentorship, over 1,000 young entrepreneurs have launched and upskilled businesses, creating jobs and driving innovation. Real investment in our youth, real opportunities created. That's progress you can see.